young men speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry, what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome. Yeah, we're going to talk about ideology today. It's going to be so fascinating. Did things a little bit differently this time. Don't have a huge ton of notes. Don't think I need them, but we'll find out, I guess. Um, yeah, but I do have my Sam Pell because, of course, I do have my Muppet mug, which everybody should have one. Have you considered? Have you? You should. Yummy Sam Pell. And then, of course, I have some tea from the Table Rock Tea Company. Some more Westminster. Oh, that's such a deep, rich, um, smoky aroma. It's brilliant stuff. It really is. And yeah, I want to just go through some observations from the week here. Very interesting stuff. I mean, one of the things that happened is Critical Drinker has a clip from I think he released it today or yesterday actually, where they're talking about what's going on with modern storytelling, and of course he blames the postmodernism, and I'm like, there it is. People are all sort of starting to converge, right? Um, I mean, breaking down the past, right, and trying to rewrite it and put things together anew, or erase it and then put things together as though we don't already have the answer to that not working, or why it doesn't work, or the fact that it won't work for very long, right? That's why people are tearing down statues, and that's all related. And then one of the things I've seen is that look, it's the internet, and people talk about, oh, people have these ways of saying things that trigger people or whatever, get people, overexcited, whatever, however they want to flavor it. And I mean, that's true, right? But the bigger problem is the following, right? Like anything that increases paranoia decreases trust. And so a lot of people are going, "Oh, what's causing the trust epidemic? Nobody trusts any." Yep, the paranoia, that'll do it. The skepticism, that'll do it. The cynicism, that all destroys trust. Pandemic, social distancing, climate hysteria, pointing out government corruption, right? Constantly looking at how the world is imperfect and bad and all these bad things that are happening, and they're happening everywhere. And then everyone's going, this is new, and it's damn well not new, even remotely close. There's no indication that the world is significantly worse in those institutions than it was. I mean, a lot of people, oh, look at all the nasty language in this, election cycle. And it's like, let me introduce you to this thing called history, where we have past election campaigns where people's wives and mothers were being insulted. That doesn't happen as much anymore, if at all. So no, it's not worse. Sorry. I mean, it may be worse than last year by some measure, but it's nominally worse. than last year by some measure. And it's always been that way. It's always been bad, right? It's never been great. Or maybe it's been great one or two times, but those are outliers. Right. And so perhaps we're better off not knowing or not being told or not looking for how bad things are, right? Because that's increasing paranoia, increasing our anxiety, increasing our sense of doom, right? And contributing to domicide, right? Because you thought you knew how politics worked, and then suddenly someone steals an election, right? Um, or maybe it doesn't work last time. Who knows? Good news. Good news. Um, it could be anything, right? But all of those things are just destroying trust, and maybe that's the goal. I don't know. See my tweet from earlier today. um, enabling people to live out their dreams, right, means they can't participate in a shared dream. If everybody starts a YouTube channel, then you're going to have fewer good YouTube channels, just mathematically speaking, right? So it may make you feel good, but maybe that's contributing to domicide because you're not in a community. You're not contributing to something bigger than yourself with other people. You're just making your own YouTube channel by yourself alone. Right. Right. Sure. And sort of one example I want to give is I was watching this thing about who's the main character of the movie thing. And I'm like, what? What is this nonsense? And the thesis was that Ferris Bueller's not the main character of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Now, the level of dumb here is beyond anything I can actually comprehend. It's just too deep a well for me. It's clearly my flaw, if it is a flaw. I mean, you have to have a really strange idea of what main character means. I'm just saying, a really strange idea. So the thesis was he's not the one that goes through the transformation. Yeah, no kidding. The main character doesn't always go through transformation. Some stories are there and nothing is supposed to change because it's supposed to exemplify something important. Or maybe the character that doesn't change is the main character because it's the reflection of the ideal. And the other character's relationship to the main character is the contrast, not only for the main character, but for their journey. Right. So I don't know what's wrong with people. Like, I don't know why we're just redefining terms like main character, making everything a hero's journey, right? Oh, there's a hero in every story. No, there isn't. Hero stories are all mythos. Anything that contains a hero should be a mythos. Now, there are lots of people writing hero stories that aren't mythos. That's just bad writing. I'm sorry. It's bad writing. That's not to say it has no redeeming qualities, because maybe most things don't have no redeeming qualities. This is not a good, strong argument for anything. It's a great argument for your being stupid. So don't make that argument because it's stupid. It's banal and universal and boring and dumb. Like, what? It's a Captain Obvious moment. Okay. Yeah, maybe they have a cool idea. Or maybe the character name is neat. Or maybe they attempted to write a mythos and failed. Okay, don't publish it, bro. Like, why is this hard? Why are main characters heroes? What happened to protagonists and antagonists? Then you don't need heroes and anti-heroes. Well, why do we make this more complicated by trying to simplify it? What's going on? I don't know. I don't know. That oversimplification has something to do with ideology. So, what are the top 3 indicators of ideology, you might ask? Or at least I'm going to force that answer on you, whether you ask the question or not. Aha, it's my live stream. I get to do that. So, first, we have to sort of define what an ideology is. And I don't want to give a universal, complete, correct definition because I'm not retarded. And I know that even if I could do such a thing, it wouldn't be an appropriate thing to insist upon. For me, an ideology is something that tries to be universal or universally encompassing without actually being able to do that task. And a lot of ideologies seem that way because people are stupid, and you're stupid. You're a Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets. We're easily fooled by this stuff. It seems to give you a universal answer. And maybe it does in the frame that it's in, but that's not the world. So, how do we recognize these things? So, one way to recognize an ideology is that an ideology does not account for children. If your system does not account for children, it's an ideology, right? I'm looking at you, every philosopher past Aristotle, Nietzsche and his accounting for Heidegger and his accounting for Kierkegaard and his accounting. Huh. They don't account for children. Talk about children. Ayn Rand, famous critique. Famous critique. That's how I came to this, by the way, years and billions of years ago, back when I was actually young. I think there were dinosaurs, or maybe the last dinosaur. Anyway, there was a critique online against Ayn Rand, and of course I read Ayn Rand when I was probably 17, maybe 15. I don't know. The Fountainhead really resonated with me. And the critique was by a guy named Nathaniel Branden. Nathaniel Branden had an affair with Ayn Rand when he was young, and she was not, by the way, and she was married. Yeah. And he later became a psychologist. Not even going to go down that rabbit hole. You can already see the numerous problems right there. So his website, and it was a very early days website, granted, but his website had all this, reasons why everything she said and objectivism is wrong. Now, I really like Ayn Rand. Objectivism is not wrong, but it is an ideology, right? One of his critiques is it doesn't account for children. Now, me not being stupid then, certainly in some ways much quicker than I am now, and probably smarter in many ways, I was like, yeah, but which quote philosophy accounts for children? Right. And so it's an invalid critique. Oh, you're not a philosopher because you don't account for children. Okay, but all these other things that you think of as philosophy that are in that category also don't account for children, or almost all of them anyway. So how is this a valid critique? It's not. That's the answer there. That was easy. Wasn't that easy? It seemed easy. And then he had other critiques as well, but that one stuck out to me. There's a great Simpsons episode. Of course, the name has already escaped my mind because my mind is like that sometimes. A Streetcar Named Marge. There it is. There's this whole thread in that episode where Maggie goes to the Ayn Rand daycare, right? And it says A is A and stuff like that. And basically, their method of daycare is they throw all the children in a room and close it. and of course, right? And this is the grand critique of Ayn Rand, except that Maggie leads the children to find a way to escape, which is exactly what objectivism predicts. So you're being double punked there. I'm just saying, it's so fun. The Simpsons is so brilliant. That's like, I think somebody said it was season 4. Anyway, brilliant. All the early Simpsons, just like Peterson says, absolutely brilliant insights. And that's one of them, except you're being double punked, because actually Ayn Rand would predict that for sure. For sure. But look, I mean, she's got an ideology. I love Ayn Rand. She's not wrong. Also ideology, because it doesn't account for children, among other things, right? So what's another thing that we can look at to sort of identify an ideology? Well, if it's something that provides a rationalization or an explanation or a description, right, but not a mode of participation, right? In other words, it's based on explaining something, not doing something to fix whatever it is that you're explaining, right? Or doing something, participate in whatever it is that you're explaining, right? In other words, there's a dichotomy there between explaining and exemplification. So if you think about something like Marxism, where it says, look, it's power and too bad. There's no mode to participate in Marxism. In fact, it's kind of explicit, right? They always want the revolution, and then they want more revolution. Like they have one solution, revolution, which is not a participation with the thing they're describing, right? And so part of the trick, and I do have a video on it on this, of course, on the channel, is they are describing a world where the tyrannical thing does not have to exist. And therefore, if you just rebel against it and get rid of it and have a revolution, then you need not replace it. And of course, this is false and impossible and stupid. And that's how they get you every time, right? That's how millions die. And so there's no mode of participation, right? And likewise, in objectivism, for example, it's a very individualistic ideology, right? It basically puts the individual at the center of everything. I mean, in some ways, Ayn Rand is just way ahead of everybody, including Peterson. And she already said, yeah, the individual is the center of the world. I mean, that objectivism is 100,000% clear about that. It's just wrong. But if you're an individual, you can't participate with the world by definition. Anselman's objections aside, and that's where the problem comes in. You don't have a proper place because you're at the center, and you're not at the center. And so it's very hard for you to relate because you're not in a bigger container, right? The container is subservient to you because you can manipulate it. I mean, that's Ayn Rand's point. She's not wrong about that, right? It's just a incomplete thesis of how the world works, right? And it's interesting too, because I'd argue that her ideology is a solution to socialism. And I'm going to bring that up again because that's actually going to become more important. So you have to have a way to participate. The reason why democracy is a draw for people is because it states explicitly that you can participate in it. It's a participatory style of governance, and that's correct. Democratic or democratically informed, like the U.S. systems, which the U.S. is still a republic, those have more participation in a way, right? Or they have a certain type of, we'll say, direct participation. Fully direct participation is evil. We already know this. The Greeks wrote about it. Volumes, right? They tried it. It didn't work. They broke it down. They figured out why it didn't work. They wrote about it. You didn't believe them. You should listen to them. They were right. Right? That's why we're a republic, not a democracy, right? It was a merging of Rome and Athens, and unfortunately, not enough Jerusalem. Different problem, different live stream. If you want to see that live stream, comment below. When you have a mode of participation, it's no longer an ideology. Now, that's not a perfect rule. Some ideologies give you participation, like follow the leader. I would argue that's really not a mode of participation, but also, if you're not a staunch individualist, what else are you going to do? Right. And that's where the problem comes in. If you're not capable of being Atlas and Atlas Shrugged or Howard Rourke or whatever, then you're going to run into a problem. Right. And that problem is, who do you follow? Right. Or what do you follow? What's your exemplar? Right. And that's why talking about stories, the way I outlined earlier, is dangerous. Right. There's a protagonist, an antagonist, and other characters, and they're related. And the fact that the relationship isn't, we'll say, what you want, doesn't mean you get to redefine main character to suit your YouTube video. Yes, Ellie, who is John Galt indeed? And where is his gulch? And maybe I'll go over that too today. How Ayn Rand is way more correct than I had really understood when I read her. So the third thing to look out for is this what I call the flat world, right? These closed systems, right? Where, see the knowledge engine model on navigating patterns, right? These closed systems are made of discrete and linear parts, so they're easy to digest. They're easy to understand how things relate because they're linear and discrete, but that creates a closed world. And maybe the closed world is so big that you can't know the whole thing, but the whole thing is knowable. And that's actually really dangerous because it's still closed. There's a lot of axiomatic sort of statements and thinking in the ideology. They just sort of state things and, like capitalism bad or economics good, right? People do things for money, right? That's a common claim of many types of ideologies, right? Those are all axioms that they're not backing up with any data. And actually, the observational data always says they're false almost immediately, and they get really upset when you show that to them. It's another good way to know if someone's like stuck in an ideology, right? There's a lot of self-reference in an ideology, right? A lot of false dichotomies, right? It's this or that, can't be both, right? It's a very small world when it's this or that. It's also fundamentally rebellion and fundamentally opposition, and that's going to create all kinds of problems. It's a lot of contradiction in an ideology, right? Not just with observation or with history, although always that too, but just within it, right? It'll lead to contradictory results. And it often strays into pure abstractions, especially for solutions, right? A lot of ideologies have a solution of utopia. Sometimes explicitly just that word, right? Then it must be an ideology, right? It must be an ideology. Sometimes it's a utopic structure, right? Like we're going to get rid of political corruption. Oh, really? You're going to do that? Right. And then you can say, well, yeah, we're going to do that because we're going to have computers run the government. It's like, okay. And who runs the computers? Oh, Edward Snowden, who was evil, was a thing, right? And that's the problem, or one of the many problems. And so you can see these things in ideologies if you look. And these are three good methods of identifying an ideology. And unfortunately, it's a very unpopular thing to do. I've been doing it for decades, and people don't like it because effectively in 10 seconds, you can show the ideology and lay it bare. And especially not with Marxism. Boy, do they hate that because Das Kapital is a big book and it takes 3 sentences to dismantle the whole thing. And that makes them feel stupid. And they fell for it. So they were stupid. So fair enough. Also, what do you want me to do about it? I can't make you smarter. I can try, and I do, but whatever. So another way to think about this, especially given number 3 flat world, ideologies are types of disenchantments. They disenchant the world, they flatten the world, they squish it down, right? They're not enchanted. They're not enchanted. They're not appealing to something outside and higher than themselves. Occasionally they appeal to something outside and lower than themselves, but that's not good. And usually they are taking something, from the past, right? And removing whatever that past thing gave to us. And often saying, look, we have all these things from the past, we just rearrange them. And bang, we'll be fine. It's like, no, you can't do that. That's a disenchantment. You're removing the magic, right? Which is the unfolding and the integration of those things in the order that they were integrated in over time. Can't make up for that. That's not something that you can do. And so when we're dealing with these ideologies, we just have to keep that in mind. They're very unenchanted ways of being in the world or trying to be in the world or understanding the world or explaining the world or describing the world. And that's not great. another sort of feature of these things is they tend to hone in on single solutions. And one of the single solutions that you might find in an ideology is politics. Politics will fix this, right? We just have the right political leaders or a different political structure. Maybe we go to direct democracy, right? These are all signs that you're in some kind of an ideology. Another one might be economics, right? If we just change the way money is dealt with, Bitcoin, yep, I went there. Another one is social justice. Now, obviously, or maybe it's not obvious, social justice cannot ever be made any sense of because there's no society without justice, and justice doesn't make any sense outside of society. And so those are two sub pieces that cannot be put on the same layer and smashed together because the English language is not some random collection of words that we use to mouth to each other to communicate. That's not how that works. And that's an abstraction in either case, right? Social justice is an abstraction. Politics is an abstraction. Economics is an abstraction. Social justice is a double abstraction. It's a second order abstraction. It can't mean anything. And so it means everything. Anything qualifies as social justice, my friends, because it's a second order abstraction. Another single solution might be theology. Any individual theology or the idea that theology is going to fix something. No, it's not. That's probably the worst one, right? Because that's how you start a cult. It's a good identifier for a cult or something that will become a cult, is thinking theology is the thing, right? And again, you can say, oh, no, a specific theology will become a cult. Maybe, probably, don't really care. Or you can make what I think of as the larger mistake and say, no, the solution is, we'll say, right theology. Well, now you're in the land of abstraction again. What did I just say about abstraction? Right. And so what that does is, because it's an abstraction, now all of a sudden you're just creating cults instead of pointing out a specific cult. It's always going to degrade to which theology, and that's going to create that particular cult. And then it's never one theology because it's an abstraction. So it can be any theology, and that's going to degrade to a different cult. Oh, so on and so on. And that's why these, theology will save the world people, or theology is a solution to the problem people, are the worst ones. Sorry. Just how the world is. So one thing that sort of occurred to me while preparing for this was this idea that I touched on earlier. About objectivism and socialism. Now, they actually end up having a lot in common, right? Of course, Ayn Rand is leaving socialism. She's fighting socialism. And I think that the reason, well, I mean, that's 100,000% true, right? Like, there are few things more easily established than Ayn Rand's hatred of socialism. It's probably more well established than almost 99% of scientific facts. She's a billion percent clear on this, and of course she, left Russia through a barbed wire fence while being shot at. So we can understand why, right? We have a participation with why, and it sort of competes with socialism, but it uses the same starting point, which is individualism, and the same logical structure, which is why they're competing. They're both flat world ideologies. Right? They're in direct opposition. Absolutely. Right? One says the solution to the problems is society or the social order or something. Socialism appeals to very amorphous things when you start to dig in. You're like, wait a minute, what exactly are you proposing? Right? And fascism is a form of socialism, by the way. Just in case you were unclear on that, all fascists were communists first. They're all left-leaning. Europe has never leaned right, at least not by US standards. So that's actually really important to understand. A good number of Europeans still know that Hitler was left-leaning, although they've some of the new ones have lost that in recent times because they like this left-right dichotomy BS, which is totally wrong and not supported by any available data but to your observation. That might be a hint. So this logical structure and starting point of individualism, what's the logical structure? Oh, the individual is important, and therefore the individual must uphold the world, and society must bow to the individuals that produce. That's Ayn Rand's thesis in a nutshell. It's not her only thesis, but that's like the main thrust of Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged right there, right? And socialism says the opposite, right? It says the individual is important and must be protected, and therefore society is the thing to which all people must bow, not the individual. Right. And so they're both wrong in uniquely funny and amusing ways, if you ask me. And it's that simple. And I'm sorry that it's that simple. I'm sorry that people probably won't like that it's that simple, and because you probably didn't notice and whatever. But also, it really is just that simple. We overthink these things. Once we think we're like, ooh, smart person, let's follow them. It's like, yeah, well, lots of smart people go astray pretty quickly. And another way to look at this, maybe from the storytelling point of view, is to contrast something like Harry Potter and something like Lord of the Rings. And so I will no doubt do a very poor job of this, but attempt to give you some contrast so you can kind of see the difference between these stories. Harry Potter is a closed world story. Harry Potter is a binary tale of two worlds. Those two worlds are not integrated and deliberately kept separate. One world is superior to the other, right? And is kept separate from the world that we're in, we'll say, right? The material reality that we're all familiar with. This is explicit, right? They see the flying car, their memories have to be destroyed. This theme is not just in Harry Potter, it's also in things like Men in Black, right? When we have to erase your memory, right? We don't want you to have the forbidden knowledge, right? Of the better world or the bigger world or the different world, right? Right. I know Jonathan Peugeot did a wonderful talk with Rod Dreher. I don't know much about Rod Dreher. It's probably the only thing I've seen by him, actually, although I've heard a lot about him. Is a great talk. It was fantastic. They're a little lost still from my framework perspective, but they're close enough. I mean, they're converging. They'll all converge eventually. You'll see. You'll see. But they were talking about enchantment and disenchantment, and Alex Jones was right that the people in the government believe that the aliens are multi-dimensional beings and they're going to claim to be gods, and sure, of course they are. That's going to happen. But this is more the Harry Potter story as opposed to Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is an open world. Things go on. There's no closing of the story once the enemy is defeated, because the world is laid to waste. I mean, it's been wrecked. The hard job of rebuilding is ahead. And it's a tragedy. I mean, it's a horrific story. A bunch of people die, right? I mean, they're saved and then they die in battle, and it's just blah. I mean, man, it's a rough set of stories. Lord of the Rings is difficult. It's not linear. There's multiple threads going on. All kinds of people are going on journeys, right? There's a ton of ordinary characters embodying heroic deeds, right? There really aren't any heroes, unless it's Gandalf. I mean, I guess Gandalf might qualify as a hero, right? And then if you wanted to go hero anti-hero, which you should never go anti-hero. Oh my goodness, never go anti-hero. Then you would go with Saruman the White. I don't know why you do that dichotomy. It's false. It's crazy. It's nuts. It's just a bad way to understand a text. You don't be postmodern. It's not that hard. A bunch of characters do a bunch of heroic things, and they go through transformations to do them. That's not a hero's journey. They're not heroes at the end. You're born a hero or you're not a hero. Hint, you're a Muppet. You're not a hero. You were never a hero. You're never going to be a hero. But you might do a heroic thing if you actually struggle, instead of assuming you're a hero, or you can go on a journey and then be a hero. This is a cop-out. More copium. So Harry Potter's a closed world, single thread. Sure, a bunch of characters go through some transformations. I get it. Also, all in the same space, right? Like you don't see Galadriel's struggle. You do hear about some of it and how old it is, how long it's been going on, maybe, right? In the movies, in particular, because I know there's a big difference between the books and the movies. There, um, Arwen is held back by her father, who goes through transformation. You can say he's already a hero because he's like an elf prince or king or whatever. I don't know how that works. Doesn't matter, right? I mean, Aragorn's not a hero. He's a Numenorian. He's like whatever. They're all like that. He's not unique. He's just one of many tribes. Sure. But there's all these threads. They weave in and out of one another. That's what makes it a mythos. The people are trying to live in Harry Potter. And I would argue you can live in Lord of the Rings. You can't live in Harry Potter. And that's the difference. That's roughly the difference. There are more differences, but I wanted to provide some of that contrast in case it helps you see ideology better, which I hope that's kind of the point. I hope it will. One thing that came up uh, wasn't mine, of course. Don't tell that to Bonnie Tyler. I will not tell Bonnie Tyler. You can get a hero. It's just they're usually not available with a bat signal. Is there a book based on the ideology that no one reads? Then there you go. It's an ideology. I mean, if it were a good ideology, everybody would read the book, right? And then maybe it couldn't be an ideology anymore. Another indicator is does it demonize a particular group? Does it define a group? Uh, you know, uh, we'll say the bourgeoisie, and then demonize them. It's a good indication. It's an ideology, right? Does it propose at any point destroying the past, right? Or does it rewrite the past, right? Because that's a type of destroying the past. Because look, the past was built by others for you. You may not like that because that judges you. Would you build? Nothing. Right. Because you're a Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets. It's fine. Chillax. The past was built by others for you. Why destroy it? First of all, it was a free gift. I mean, not free to them, free to you. No, time is funny. It resolves all these weird open source distinctions about free as in beer versus free as in freedom. Oh, yeah. Huh, weird. It's almost like they're all idiots. I knew them. They were. I talked to them about this back then, by the way, when I was a mere child. And I realized they're stupid. At least about that. Brilliant computer people, for sure. I learned a lot from them. But also stupid. Bad philosophy. Because it was an ideology, and they didn't know that. They couldn't tell the difference. That's why I'm doing this stream. If only I could transport it back. Way the hell back. Before YouTube. Before the web. Before it all. That can only destroy, though. If you're destroying the past, you've been given the tools of destruction. And I'm not saying you can't build anything with it. The odds that you will build something with it when you've been given these tools and shown how to destroy things are very low. And you're not the guy. Don't worry about it. You're not the guy. You're not going to guy to redeem the ideology. Okay, that's not you. Don't worry about it. Not you. Might be somebody else. Maybe no one, though. Also, definitely not you. That's the danger of telling people they can go on a hero's journey. Then they think I'm the guy. I can do the thing. I can redeem the thing that I love. No, you can't. Can't save Padme, Darth Vader. Right. Same story, by the way. Weird, huh? It's almost like a good story can't help but have these sorts of elements in it or something. Nah, that couldn't be it. That would mean reality were just one thing and there's no really real or ultimate reality. There's just one reality. Crazy talk. Does the thing you're thinking about or involved in or reading about, does it have a way to build things? Or does it just destroy something around you or reimagine something, some small piece, right? And say, oh, this one piece, if we just rejigger this one piece, keep all these other pieces the same. Yeah, but did you build anything? Do you know how to build things? Maybe it's not even building. Maybe revivification. Do you know how to participate in something to make it better? That would be useful information. We already have all these things. We already got them for free. Free to us. Maybe we could care for them, make them better, improve them, revivify them. Huh. Like an old piece of furniture with some walnut oil. Yeah. Depressing dark tones indeed. And yet, that's revivification. Kind of boring. Kind of boring. But it keeps the lights on. They're constantly revivifying your electrical grid so that you have electricity. You don't even know about that. You don't even appreciate that. That's how I know you're a Muppet. And the way they get around this is they imply the building or the rebuilding. It's always implied. Not always, but most of the time it's implied. Oh, yeah. Once we get rid of the bourgeoisie, the utopia will form, whatever utopia that it is. Yeah. Yeah. That's definitely how it works. You don't have to do any work at all right after you're done tearing it all down. Then we're good to go. Then we're good to go. All right, let's go through the comments. Dawn insists she does not allow herself to look at X until the sun goes down. Okay, I believe you. Sometimes not even then. Well, look, I can't recommend most of X, but I can recommend my feed because it's awesome. But then it's my stream might be self-serving, but also too bad no one else is serving me. The only way I'm going to serve is to serve myself. It's been a theme in my brain lately. Ixnod, people seem to be trying to flatten narratives into stories. That is correct, sir. Someone watches my channel and pays attention and actually understands me. It's very gratifying, sir. You have no idea. No idea how gratifying this is. I'm not joking. It's really gratifying. Or confusing the story for the narrative pattern. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Well said. Well said. Maybe you should do the monologue. Sally Joe, who is John Galt? Indeed. Yeah, I know I read that earlier, but yeah, who is John Galt? That was maybe I'll go into that because it's an interesting story. West Coast refugee. Ideology is a belief that one can overcome contradiction. Yeah. I think it's one indicator. It's not the only. I mean, I haven't read Das Kapital. I'm not going to read Das Kapital. I don't need to be exposed to enchantment when I know it's enchantment and already know it's wrong because a small sampling of the text is enough to tell you. As people read the whole book, I'm like, bro, come on. This doesn't take much. Yeah, contradiction. I don't think there's any contradictions in Karl Marx's work. He just leaves a bunch of stuff out and lets you infer it. Ixnod. So Ayn Rand wants demigods to rule the world. I think you're giving her too much credit. And we always fail at this, right? We give people credit for knowing things and understanding things and being able to make logical leaps that they can't make. John Vervaeke is not going to convert to Christianity if you give him one more piece of information, right? That's A, the mistake he's making. One more piece of information will do the trick. And B, that's not how it works. And C, even if that was how it works, he can't make the leap. Right, it's a leap of faith for a reason. Ayn Rand doesn't understand the concept of demigod because she doesn't believe in demigods. And she doesn't think about it as ruling the world. She thinks about it as freeing the world. Right? Once we're all individuals manifesting our individual best feature or something, the world will be free and no ruling of the world is required. It's the exact same structure as socialism. There's no difference in structure. West Coast Refugee, don't tell Bonnie Tyler. Yeah, I covered that earlier. Yeah, she's looking out for a hero. But and she like has requirements. Like, women in requirements. How's that working out for you? Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. Yeah, the one thing I will say before I dive into my various drinks, when I first read Ayn Rand, and actually I think I've read The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged twice, because I have the annotated by me hard copies in the shed. I've never gone back to the little markers I put in the book, but both books, if memory serves. But I have them. I could not understand when I read them why what she wrote about didn't manifest in the United States. Because she lived during that time, right? And I'm pretty good with history. There's no compelling reason why what she described didn't happen either, I mean, right around the time the books were written or just after. And it wasn't until years and years later, I was watching a show. It had been on my mind the whole time. But I was watching a show on PBS about computers. I've probably talked about this before, and of course I was like, oh, it's a show with a computer technology. I'll watch it so I can correct their errors. Because there's one thing I know a lot about, it's computer history. And they told a story I had never heard before. Go figure, the industry is bigger than fits in my brain. This should shock no one. Everything is, any one individual thing is bigger than can fit any one individual's brain. I don't care what their IQ is or how smart you think they are. It's just part of reality. And the story was the story of a guy at 3M who ran 3M was a networking company. They made switches and routers and stuff. I think they made routers. Yeah, they made routers. And he claimed that I didn't dig, but he claimed that he ran the part of 3M that was in a partnership to develop Windows file sharing, which is called Samba or SMB, or NetBIOS is part of the SMB project or the precursor to it or something. And what happened was IBM and Microsoft screwed 3M in the contract, in the deal, and basically stole it. It wasn't finished. It wasn't clear to me if he maybe withheld some code, which would have been appropriate, by the way. So I fully support any acts of, quote, computer terrorism against either Microsoft or IBM at literally any time ever, for any reason or no reason at all. It's still my stance. And he decided, because he had a golden parachute, that he'd quit. So he quit the computer industry entirely and went and raised horses in the Midwest. And they were interviewing him on his horse farm. And I was like, Atlas Shrugged. It does happen. And I thought about it. I'm like, this must happen all the time. The really good, capable people get a good enough deal that they don't have to perform at that level and hold up that industry anymore. And so they leave. And that happens. I looked around. Oh, yeah, that's happened a bunch of times. People at their prime with more to go. Some people leave the companies and they're holding up literally entire industries, and they just take off and they go and do the project private on their own. And I mean, nobody knows about it typically, right? Because that's the cost. You do it on your own, the marketing's gone, no one hears about your accomplishment, it doesn't get spread, right? Or forced on people. A lot people don't understand the amount of technology that's just forced on you. Like, you have to do it this way because the guy who came up with it did it that way, and literally nobody has even thought to change it, but maybe nobody can change it. Like, there's a lot of things like that. So I've talked about this before too. I talk about it on my other channel. On my channel, it's just my name too. Um, there's a thing called buffer bloat, and if you look this up, it's a fascinating story. I think Getty S, whatever his name is, his original blogs are still online. I hope so. They're fascinating. Look, I was so captivated when I found this. I found it right at the tail end, right after they fixed it. No, while they were fixing it, I found his blogs. So I was about midway, no, more than midway. I was at 3/4 of the way through the event by the time I found it. So I was reading his blogs live. At a certain point, I had caught up. And it's blogging troubleshooting of a networking problem that plagued the industry in, I think it was the mid 2000s. But there was a problem with all the networks. The cable companies, you couldn't run cable speed, their advertised speeds at all. Like, you just couldn't get those speeds. And the cable companies didn't know why. And so what happened was, all the people, will say, what would you say? All the people who would have loved this stream because they were pirates of the digital kind, were pissed off because, of course, they're pirates. And so they're transferring huge amounts of data over their cable feeds illegally, of course, or at least of legal questionability, right? And maybe they're sharing movies with their friends, or they're sharing digital texts, or maybe entire pieces of software or something, right? Or maybe huge databases, right? But relatively large data for the time, right at the top end of what what bandwidth providers could provide. And they're doing this using particular protocols, P2P protocols. I think BitTorrent was around back then, but I don't remember. There's been lots of precursors to BitTorrent that do much the same thing. And BitTorrent's unique, but it's not a huge step forward. Let me put it that way. And they were all complaining, right? I had a particular friend I was working with at the time at Equalogic, which later got bought by Dell, and he was like, "Man, they're killing my bandwidth, and they're doing it on purpose." I'm like, "Bro, listen, I know people at those companies. They're real stupid. They're not good network engineers. They don't have the equipment to do it. Like, they don't even have the equipment to do it, much less the knowledge. Like, they are not looking at individual network connections, and they're not even looking at the protocol layer. They do that now. I understand that. But back then, no one had developed the equipment for that. The tech was there. I could have developed it, but whatever. I wasn't in that business. Well, professionally. Anyway, skipping over my questionable history with protocols, and traffic shaping and such not, which I know quite a great deal about as a senior network engineer. I was like, this isn't it. And then, like I said, like, I went on an exploration, like, well, what the hell's going on? I find this Getty blog, and he's like brilliant troubleshooter. Well, Getty S is the inventor of X Windows. And in the blog, he actually talks about this. He says, "Oh yeah, so I ran across the fact that everyone's still running X Windows. Boy, I never thought that would happen. I developed it in, I think he said 1985 or 84 or something retarded, right? It's really old." And he said, they were doing things with X Windows that I didn't think would ever be possible. So he had left the industry effectively. He was out, but he ran into a problem with his cable connection, and he spent months troubleshooting it with the cable company, which I think was Comcast, if I remember correctly, if memory serves. So he's working with their top engineers to try and figure out this problem that he tripped across. Now, it just so turns out that the top engineers at Cisco, and before that time, but I had spoken with these guys before, and they're pretty sharp guys. Like, they're better than I am at networks. They're top engineers at Cisco. Not that I couldn't have been one of their peers. Maybe I could have. Different issue. I didn't particularly ever want to work for Cisco, by the way, but also a different issue. Maybe I should have. This guy was plugged in to every person, every top engineer and engineering group at every single networking company. Verizon, Comcast, Warner, or Time Warner, whatever they were called back then. All the big guys, right? And a few companies you don't know anything about, like Cisco and some other big networking providers who, right? None of them can figure it out. None of them. Zero. Right. So Getty troubleshoots it all the way down to the protocol layer because he's the guy. Like, he is the guy. You want the guy? He's the guy. He's not the only guy, but like, he's one of the designers of core internet technology. And he was there when all the core internet technology was designed. And so it turns out that the buffers on computers, on the switches and the routers, I think the routers in particular, were too large. They were too big because memory had become cheap. And so they were over buffering in all the devices in hardware. And the original algorithm in the TCP/IP protocol was not designed for large buffers. And so it's very complicated technically. And it's been a little while since I read the paper. So it's complicated, but it has to do with packet fail retry sequence, right? So it's an algorithm for packet fail retry. It has a bunch of variables on it, like how long the last ACK and all this latency based stuff. And latency is way more important than bandwidth, by the way. You can mostly ignore bandwidth numbers nowadays, but latency numbers are far more interesting. And they always were. They always were. Infinite latency equals zero bandwidth. Just saying. Zero latency gives you full bandwidth. Both important, but latency is way more important. So he called up Van Jacobson. Now, if you know the TCP protocol, and you probably don't, there's his name is in the protocol spec, not as an author. Like, Van Jacobson header information is what it's labeled, even if you don't look at the author of the paper, right? So this is well-known stuff, right? So he called him up, explained the problem. 3 days later, he fixed the TCP/IP protocol for everybody that uses it globally. No one else could even find the problem, much less fix it when it was identified. The guys who originally wrote the protocol had to do the work. We hadn't produced people of that caliber, experience, and knowledge since then. Right. Heroes are rare. Heroes are born. You are never going to be one. Suck it up, Buttercup. So there you go. That's my modern day hero story. Ixnon, what a pirate stream really needs is a parrot. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Maybe I will be leaving my house to go up for Thanksgiving. Oh yeah, there'll be no stream next week. That's for sure. No stream next week. There'll be videos. I have videos in queue. Actually, I have to prep them. And I did work on this Plato's Republic, book 10. And on that note, I will take a moment to apologize to my audience. I have, for reasons which will become completely obvious at the end of that video, I was mistaken about how book 10 ends. It does not end at the end of the story. There's an additional paragraph. Right. That paragraph is really interesting. I'll go over that in that video. I'm prepping that video. I might be able to do it tomorrow. If not, I'll have to do it Sunday because I'm on the road after that. So I'm on the road next Monday and Tuesday, and the Monday and Tuesday after that. Then I'll be home. So that is my monologue. I am going to have some sample. Yeah, it's been an interesting time. Look, if you want to join me to talk about ideology, or really, anything related, anything I've said, anything that's like on your mind, as long as we don't get like too personal and crazy, I will paste the link here, and you can go ahead and jump in, and we can have a chat. Of course, you can always put stuff in the live chat on Navigating Patterns or wherever, and I can answer stuff there too, obviously, as I've been doing. Oh, that Westminster is delicious. It's truly it's nice, smoky, slightly fruity, deep, and it's warm. It's not cold, right? It's only been like an hour and maybe 5 minutes. I really try to make the tea like right up at the last minute. See, usually I'm running in here with the teacup and then I'm setting everything up. Yeah, no, it's the Westminster tea is quite good. Table Rock Tea Company, good stuff. But yeah, I mean, it looks like some of you at least sort of got the ideology and how to figure it out sort of thing from I it's not I'm not claiming like I have the unique lock on this. Obviously, other people have explored this and come to uh, very similar conclusions, which I may have stolen right from them. In fact, but I'm here to put things together, in this way. I mean, that's why I picked 3 indicators, right? Because I thought there was a top 3 here, and I thought it would be super helpful to kind of explore that and make it say better understood. 'Cause I think it's important, right? Like I think it's fantastically important to look for these things and be able to identify them because they're right now they're everywhere too. We're getting a new ideology like every other week at this point. I assume those little flying hearts mean somebody found it helpful. That's good. That's good to know. Um, yeah, like, subscribe, all that stuff too, because always looking for more on that front as well. And then December 4th, 2 p.m. Eastern time, there will be a live stream, a very special live stream. Won't be a pirate live stream, but there's going to be a very special live stream. There's going to be some medieval stuff going on. I mean, literally medieval stuff. So it's going to be fantastic. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Right after I get back, too. I'm going to get back. I'm going to have like a little bit of recovery time from the trip. It shouldn't be too bad. I'm not going to eat. No eating while I travel. Only stuffing myself on Thanksgiving. And then I'm going to have a very special live stream that you will not want to miss. And if you miss it live, that'll be okay. But you won't want to miss this. You won't want to miss that stream. It's going to be. I'm so looking forward to it. It's insane. Oh, trouble abounds. Sally Joe, how many nickels in a bag of socialism? That's only funny to a handful of us, Sally. Granted, it's very funny to that handful of us. I don't know. More than 5? How's that? How's that for an answer? Yeah, it's a good thing to think about too. Like, if we manifest this, what's gonna happen? Right? Because people always tell you, like, oh, if you manifest it, this is what's gonna happen. But thinking about it, you can usually debunk that idea that they know or that their idea of what's gonna happen is correct. And uh-oh. Sally Joe, how dare you insult the state? See, that's the fascism is honest socialism. Carl Benjamin was correct about that. Well, Saigon of Akkad, however you want to slice that. How come Chrome is broken and doesn't show all the comments? Oh, that's not Chrome. That's Brave. How come Brave is broken? Brave is actually Chrome, though, so it's the Chromium engine. It actually misses some comments. I just noticed that. Castle, did somebody say medieval stuff? You're not going to believe it, Castle. You're not going to believe my guest. My guest has unbelievable credentials and is going to help me with the intimacy crisis. and is going to tie it into medieval thought for me. It's going to be wonderful. I can't wait. I cannot wait for December 4th. Can't come quick enough. Can't come quick enough. Sally Joe, I mean, we wish they had. Castle Adams, oh, I'm pretty sure I can believe it. Shush you. It will be unbelievable. I assure you, whatever emerges from this will be unbelievably awesome. It'll be far better than you can imagine. I can't believe how blessed I am that this conversation is going to happen. It's going to be it's going to help a lot with a lot of what I've been sort of trying to figure out. Plus, hopefully I'll get a better flavor for Jonathan Peugeot's idea of medieval thought and the differences, we'll say, between how medieval thought and how we think. And in the context of the intimacy crisis, this is going to be huge. It's going to be huge. It's going to be absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Totally thrilled. It is the most fun you can have with your clothes on. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Oh, I should pin the link. Although, I always forget to pin the link. There we go. It doesn't seem like anybody wants to jump in, but now the link is pinned on Navigating Patterns. It's the only place I can pin it. So if you want to jump in, go to Navigating Patterns, click on the pinned link, jump on in. We'll chat about ideologies or whatever, or just put questions in the live stream. Dawn. I feel I've heard so much about Ayn Rand that I don't need to bother reading her books. That's true. They're big and fat, and time is limited. Well, she has some short books. Who or what is Sir? Oh my goodness. Welcome, Sir.
Thank you. You said something about the most fun you can have with your clothes on, and I don't know. I'm having a lot of fun.
Wait till December 4th.
Oh goodness. Am I gonna have to dress like this again?
You might want to.
Oh yeah, I might.
I might even let you in if we're because it's gonna be a live stream. So
oh goodness.
It's unrehearsed.
Oh really?
Yeah. No, it's you're gonna die. You're gonna die. So I don't know if you have the time off in that particular time, but yeah, it might be good.
I'll think about it.
Ixnon cannot wait. I love it. I don't. Oh, awakening to the Muppet crisis. The person trying to simply simplify a problem is often trying to impose a frame. Yeah. Well, that's another thing to look out for. That's a good point there. Awakening to the Muppet crisis, my good friend. Often they'll impose frames. An ideology will impose a frame. And we're not used to looking at frames, and that's the postmodern trick, right? So I know Peterson and even Peugeot will often, the postmoderns had a point. No, they didn't. They're literally doing magic on you, and they're enchanting you, and in a bad way. And no, they didn't have a point. What they did was they swapped the frame for arbitrary frame of your choosing, but then you lose the ability to see frames. And so there's no good in it because of that alone. And they miss that, and they keep defending the postmoderns. And it's like anybody defending postmoderns is going to go bad eventually, as we've seen with poor Dr. Peterson. Sally Joe, Anthem and We the Living are short. Yes, they are. They are better than the big ones anyway. No, Sally's wrong about that. Stories are best. West Coast refugee. Medieval intimacy? Oh, yes, indeed, my friend. Indeed. Wait till you see it. Ixnon, excellent helmet, sir. Yes. And you said, thank you, sir. Excellent.
You did.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite the outfit, my friend. Well done.
Well, I mean, I put it together just for this. So.
I was going to say, why do you have a medieval helmet?
Okay, so when I say I put it together, I didn't buy these things for the stream. I did have them. I'm not going to answer why I have them. But I combined them for this stream. And I've been meaning
Fair.
to do that for a while. I meant to do that last week, and I had everything set up, and then something came up. So here I am.
Better off this week with my announcement anyway. So
Yeah.
it worked out.
Providential.
Yeah. SCA?
No.
Okay. just asking. I was on the I knew SCA members back and so long ago. It's embarrassing to talk about. Sally Joe, an evil fantasy of a point they are enchanting you with is to justify your academic career. True, or academia as such, right? Well, these are great thinkers. They weren't great thinkers. They were retarded monsters who wanted to get away with evil and enchanted you with their goofy articulation. And you made sense of something that was never meant to be made sense of. And they're laughing at you in their graves, you idiot. Sally Joe Lal, Knights, has Knights helmets for a reason. Of course. Of course, Sally. Of course he does. Come on. Of course he does. Like, I don't even question it. I just like SCA maybe? I don't know. That was always my first go-to.
Yeah, no, it's actually funny. The only SCA guy that I know of actually made like leather stuff for guns, and then told me that he was into SCA for like 30 years or something. And it's like, oh wow, that's really cool. I should get some of the stuff like you have, and and then just not use them appropriately. And here I am.
Excellent. Yon God, bro, there's a knight. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. He is the knight. That is true. Ixnon, SCA or Hama? I don't even know Hama. What's Hama?
Historical something medieval or something historical something martial arts.
Oh.
Historical European martial arts. That's it.
Oh, SCA is Society for Creative Anachronisms, which is just the dumbest thing ever.
I think HEMA is like that. These guys just do fencing with long swords and stuff. Like they do competition fencing, that sort of thing, instead of reenactments.
Well, yeah, SCA was a weird bunch. Although I knew a guy, huge guy, like just a physically large figure, right? Like just extra large. And he had and could wield a two-handed sword.
Nice.
And I don't remember how big it was, but it was I don't think I could pick it up. that was when I was in shape and I could actually pick things up.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I don't think I could pick it up. Like I could lift it off the ground, right? But I couldn't like wield it at all. But no one could. Like he was the only person he knew that could wield the sword.
That's funny.
He did not draw it from a rock, but might as well. He had it custom made for him, or he made it himself, or something. I mean, these people, the people I lived with when I was young, and might as well have been homeless. Probably would have been better off being homeless than living with those idiots. No, I love them. I learned a lot from them. But they used to make chainmail. I just sit there and they'd be making chainmail.
Nice.
Well, I don't like to knit. They say making chainmail. I'm like, oh yeah, sure. I totally idiots. Some of the stuff they did was just so fucking stupid. It just Anyway, Yon God. If a knight and a pirate were to fight until their health bars reached 0, who would win?
The audience.
That depends on the knight and the pirate.
But no matter what, it's the audience.
True, the audience. That's correct. The audience would win. That's a good answer. Ixnon. Historical European martial arts, longsword, etc., fighting from old manuals. Gotcha. Okay. Confirmed. Yeah. A bunch of pussies. Confirmed. Well, SCA at least did all kinds of things like freaking crossbows and all the cool shit, right? Maces and they would hit each other with maces. It's like, you morons. They were all stupid.
Yeah. Oh gosh, there was some sort of competition show. I only saw like one episode of it. It was like half an hour or something, but they go and like these guys go and they show up and they let them pick like different pieces of armor from like a specific period, and then they just wail on each other. And like they're just exhausted and sweating, and it always winds up happening. They both get disarmed, and then they're just grappling within like 30 seconds, and they're just tired and overheated and everything in like an octagon, because of course it had to be like an octagon and not like anything else.
Of course. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you know this quick history of mimicry. A quick history of mimicry. So there's the SCA,
Hmm.
and then the people that couldn't do the SCA either for financial reasons, because a lot of those people actually had money. They were wealthy tech bros in the early days before there were tech bros, by the way. Some of the people who built the internet, for example, although not those specific people that I'm aware of, although I didn't know everybody in the SCA by any means. But then from that sprang people doing much the same thing. There was a thing in Massachusetts called King Richard's Fair,
Mhm.
right? I knew the founders of that. And they were doing this thing called live action role play.
Yeah.
Right. That was copying the SCA for people who were too poor or didn't want to learn the medieval stuff or learn the medieval stuff and didn't want to, like those guys would fight. Like they would, to your point, like they would bash each other with maces and swords. It's hefty business. So the weak and frail among them all LARPed instead. Right. And so you can see, right? And there's a spreading out, like way more people LARP than are in the SCA. So see this spreading out, this pyramidal, we're copying this other thing, right? And of course, they're copying a historical thing. And the thing that I noticed even way back then was all these people are doing these Ren fairs, Renaissance fairs, right? And in the Renaissance fairs, everybody is of the status of lord and lady.
Right. Yeah.
And then they're going, basically holding that up as the ideal for where and how they want to live. And without realizing that you're in the bourgeoisie class.
Right.
And they're all socialists, like avowed communists and Marxists, right? Like for sure. And I'm like, you're the class, you're LARPing the class, like deliberately, like it's even the term you use. You're LARPing the class of the bourgeoisie, which your political ideology would destroy and hates. And they could never be convinced of this, no matter how hard I tried to point out the contradiction into an ideology to them. They just didn't get it. Like and they were all legit the sons of wealthy and very upper middle class families, sons and daughters, all of them. I was the only actual poor person there.
So they're just playing themselves.
Well, they were playing themselves as rebelling against their wealthy parents, which is even worse, right? And I was like, yeah, you'd be a rebellious upper class lord or lady who was shunned by their family. Lovely. That's a lovely vision. But that's what they were. I mean, they were unabashedly doing this, and I'm just watching this going, I'm the one that's not self-aware. Okay. It's like they just, yeah. It's too bad. I mean, a lot of those people taught me what people term critical thinking. It's not, but whatever. We'll call it logical thought, and they don't have it anymore, which is even more sad. People don't realize you could think critically or have some logic, reason, or rationality skills and lose them, as many people do. You know what they lose them to? Any guesses? I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 3 don't count. Ideologies. That's what they hit an ideology. They lose their ability to think correctly and do proper things like proper critique, right? And proper thinking, because most critical thinking is actually just thinking. There's no criticality about it. It's just actual thought. Like, did you think about this? Oh, okay. Then that's critical thinking. So yeah, I mean, it's sad to see them, years later and go, what happened to you? You taught me how to do this, and now you can't do it anymore. It's sad. It's really sad. It just, breaks my heart.
That's a lot.
Such is life, man. I mean, life is hard, and you take on too much and you're going to collapse. And a lot of people collapse into an ideology because they try to understand too much about the world, and then you can't, right? There's so much of the world, you can't understand even a little tiny bit of it. So you got to outsource that. That's why I think all of this, the university's imperfect, and the government's imperfect, and the economic system's imperfect, and the IMF, and the wars in Ukraine, and wars in Africa, and wars in China, and I mean, I think we're just like everything's always been imperfect, guys. Like, slow your roll. Like, it's not that much worse than it was before, and in many cases, it's still way better, and you just didn't know.
Yeah.
And you know, like, that's what you're complaining about, that your previous ignorance has been removed.
Yeah. Well, it's like with the university thing. Like today, I visited that college that I've been visiting to give talks and stuff, and they had a different event, and I got invited, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'll go because I'm on vacation right now, for a couple of days, and I thought, well, one of the student leaders of the group invited me, and I was like, yeah, I just saw him at some other function on Wednesday, and so I was like, yeah, I'll show up because he was doing some sort of thing where it was like it was supposed to be like, oh, you're like an ask me anything type of thing, but he was doing it like publicly, and he was sitting at a table, and he was like, oh, I could have like another person sitting next to me, and I had someone else, but they said that they wouldn't be able to make it, whatever. So I showed up and I hung out with them for 2.5 hours, and we were kind of talking about, because I was thinking back when I used to work at this place, and I worked at the police department at this campus. And like the cops would tell me I experienced the crazy stuff that some of the students of like this generation were doing, but they would tell me the stuff that happened back in like the 80s and stuff. And they were like actual monsters, back in the 80s, like just doing horrific stuff, like throwing beer bottles off of like rooftops at pregnant professors and stuff, and like cursing and like insane stuff. Whereas the students now are like, yeah, they're inconsiderate and they're playing Quidditch. And it's like, but they're just nerds. Like they're not actually doing anything like dangerously like violent. Yeah. And it's like, look, like that's a double-edged sword, because also like you try to, let's strengthen this group on campus. And it's like they have the same problems as everybody else, but at least you're not getting physically, assaulted or whatever. But I was trying to tell them this thing, and they agreed at least that this aspect of like revivification, which you talk about, of and we were looking around, and we just so happened to walk, and there was like this whole area that the campus threw like probably hundreds of thousands of dollars into building, and no one was using it. And these people, like these students, had been for their group using like a sort of community area that is used by like a lot of people, and it's dusty, and there's like an intercom system that's buzzing constantly, and it's just like it's a mess. Yeah. That is a 3-minute walk from this other building, and they have an entire area downstairs that is like, it's like a hotel lobby, like with all of the nice stuff that you could have in a hotel lobby, and it's huge. And at the busiest time of day, after classes were let out on a Friday, there were 0 people down there. And I was like, and I asked him, I was like, how late is this open? He's like, until 1 a.m. And it's like, this is the busiest time of the day, and this is available until 1 a.m. Why aren't you just taking this entire thing? Right. And he said, oh yeah, the college basically wasted money on this. And it's like, not if you take it. Like, because also like you wasted money on it because you're paying for tuition here, buddy.
That's right.
And it's like, like take all of it. Like there is so much room. And like, these students are like, they're sitting at like a dining room table that seats like 8 people, and they're talking about how they can get more people to actually show up. And you got a room that can seat 100, and you're not using it. But that's sort of thing. It's like they adopted some sort of limiting belief.
Right.
And there's a lot of ideologies on campus who are very, in terms of expansion, at least, not physically, but they're aggressive about stuff. And they're not taking advantage of this stuff. Like, move in. Like, there's a vacancy, like just take over.
When it's not, see, I'm going to slightly push back on your language, of course.
Please. Well, I didn't use those words to him, but
No, I understand that. But like the idea of adopting a limiting belief is totally backwards from how your brain works. Like your brain does not look at an array of choices and then adopt one of them, right? Your beliefs are limited by your cognition. That nobody talks about it like that because they don't want to admit that that's how people are, even though that's all over the psychology. Like I don't think any psychologists read psychological papers. I don't know what else to say. Like I'm just even when Peterson talks, I'm like, bro, isn't this your field? Like, why do I know more about this than you do? And I didn't go to school. Granted, I did read the entire DSM-3 reasons. but like, and I did take my courses with Philip Zimbardo on PBS because he gave PBS courses while he was still alive, which is fascinating because he's from Boston and PBS is a big Boston project. But still, like, I shouldn't know that. I mean, I have read a sheep load of. I read white papers in all kinds of fields. This I'm
Yeah.
just not a normal creature, but I still shouldn't know more than he does. Like, he's
Yeah.
a 1% top scientist. I mean, I don't know if he's not reading, he's not thinking about it, or he didn't come to the right conclusions, or whatever. It's all over the literature, though. Like, no, we're very limited creatures. It's like, what? And that was the scandal. I don't know. It's probably 15 years ago now, maybe 20 years ago, where they finally figured out this whole time in psychology we've been using college students as test subjects, and that's not representative of the population. Oh, you think?
Yeah.
Geniuses,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then that was the Brett Weinstein thing that Eric talks about, right? Like, this whole time we've been using white mice for medical testing, not realizing that they're genetically stagnant, or at least genetically stuck in a certain branch. And I'm like, you think so, genius? Like, these people, like, they miss the obvious. My IQ is 230, and I didn't realize that. I'm like, then what
Yeah.
good is your high IQ, buddy? Like, seriously, it's
Yeah.
worthless because you get fooled more easily, apparently. I mean, I wouldn't get fooled by any of that stuff. I could have told you any of that stuff when I was a kid. Like, this is all
Yeah.
obvious to me, these problems. I mean, I didn't necessarily care. Like, whatever, you get a test on something stable. It's science. Sure, I just thought it was a normal limitation of science that the scientists actually knew about, and it turns out they had no idea because they're all dumb.
Man.
Degree notwithstanding, IQ aside. Like, oops.
But yeah, I agree with you. Like, I was, so as you say, and I guess I was kind of in, like, you know, cushion mode a little bit with this thing of like, hey, I'm going to bring this up to you, and I don't want you to feel silly when I do it. But as you kind of mentioned it, like, you know, I also kind of cushioned myself from that, of this sort of thing. Like, why did an entire committee of like 8 to 12 students not realize that they pass by this all the time and there's nobody here, and they're not using it, and they're using the dusty, beat up old place and everything? And so
patterns.
it's like, yeah.
That's what they've always used, or somebody else used that. They saw somebody else there, and then maybe they upgraded and said, oh, a group of people got here. Maybe we could be, we're a group of people. Maybe we should go there, right?
Yeah.
It's all patterns. But the thing is, about 100-seat venue, that's great for advertising to get more people.
Yeah. That was what I told them. I was like, look, they have a table that seats 8 people at the place that they're currently at, and then they set up chairs around it so that people can like eat with a plate on their lap or something. And I told them, I was like, dude, like, do you see all these tables and like all of this stuff? And I said, even if you had like a guest speaker, because I simulated it too. I was like, you ever see like Jordan Peterson's old like classroom stuff where he goes up to the, like, different students, and then he makes his point over here, and he's like, but really, you know, and then he goes around, and I sort of showed him. I was like, look, even if you couldn't set up a podium, like, you could do that around here, and there's plenty of walking space. But yeah, for me, like, when I say the limiting belief thing, I guess it's me projecting that I saw it instantly, and so if I were to do what they're doing, I would have to adopt a limiting belief. And then so when I communicate it, I'm communicating it from my own perspective, you know.
Yeah. Well, then we don't realize that, because that's part of equality doctrine. We all think we're equal, right? And you don't realize this is the difference. There are the so-called great men, if you want to frame it that way. I don't particularly like that framing, but it works and people understand it, right? There are the great men, the quote visionaries, right? And they see things that other people don't see. That's what it means to be visionary, right? Also might be a prophet, another word for it. And that's the thing. Like, people don't want to believe that that's the case. They want to believe everyone's equal, and therefore, you know, people are going to think of what I think of, right? And it took me a very long time to figure out that wasn't happening. I'm like, I'm just seeing things that these other people actually don't see them at all ever. It's not that they're snubbing me or that my ideas are stupid, which is why they haven't been adopted. It's that they can't see them.
Yeah.
And that's a whole different, like, wow. When I figured that out about the world, I'm like, man, everything improved for me instantly. First of all, I could command a lot more money. That was very useful. Although it all got stolen later. So, you know, Sally Joe, more information at some point ends up being blinders. Well, look, the world is not made up of information. It's made up of patterns and mimicry. And this is the next series of videos at some point coming forward on navigating patterns is about pattern mimicry and how that's 99% of everything and has nothing to do with your intelligence or your knowledge, the information you have available to, or your training or your education or teaching or anything. None of that is a factor, as it turns out, or it's such a small factor, it's not worth even thinking about, right? It just turns out that almost everything you do is mimicry. And there's a pattern out there and you're following the pattern, right? There's SCA. People who couldn't do SCA wanted to do SCA, so they did LARPing. It's a downgrade of the pattern. Fair enough. Not gonna judge it one way or the other. Took a bunch of pictures at King Richard's Fair, although to be fair, the woman who gave me the camera gave me 100 speed film and didn't really tell me that. So I didn't know she wanted posed pictures because I don't do posed pictures. That's stupid. And so all my pictures were ruined, but that's not my fault, or it's partially my fault. It's not entirely my fault. So she was stupid. Yeah, not a good photography person. Also, I think she got there for free. To be fair, I went in on her ticket, so I got there for free too. But I don't think she was invited back subsequently because she did not get pictures. She also wasn't taking them herself. She was recruiting other people to take pictures for her. Don't think they were happy with her about that.
Yeah. I mean, if you want something done right, you know. I mean, at least tell people exactly what you want, you know.
Well, I mean, I think she was pretending to be a photographer and didn't have that level of photography skills.
Oh, there you go.
I could be misremembering, but I remember her saying, get some action shots. And I didn't necessarily register that it was 100 speed film because I think she handed me the camera.
Oh.
And like sat on me for not looking. I actually took photography, so I actually knew that much about it anyway back then. But I didn't do the right thing for sure. And my pictures, and she was pissed. She's like, these pictures are all blurry. And I'm like, what? You told me to get action pictures. I don't like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. I was thinking, so this is a slight aside. I was thinking about, and I missed like the first 20 minutes of your monologue today, so I don't know if you already covered this, but have you talked yet about the whole like museums being evil thing? Because I was at a museum, not for the purpose of the museum, right? I was invited to this like professionals get together sort of thing at an art museum. And so I was there. Apparently the art museum used to be like a Presbyterian church or something. Giant place. I have no idea. Like in my mind, I can't even conceptualize that place functioning as a church. Like even if you knocked all the walls out and put I have no idea how that could possibly function. But apparently it used to be, and then it got turned into an art museum. Beautiful outside building and everything. And there's something about, but I was just thinking about this thing where it's like I was there. I didn't like basically any of the art. And which is interesting because usually I find like a few things that I like. A lot of the stuff was kind of like modern art stuff. They had some on the upper floor, they had some religious art. And so they had Christian art from the 1300s to the 1500s, which was cool that they had it. One of my least favorite actual eras for art, honestly. But it was, I appreciate it for the material, and like I'm not going to die. It was skilled work. I just don't like the style. But there was something about it that did feel very, very hollow. And I guess like I used to really like museums in the past, but there was something like it was well curated, I guess. Like it was very clean and everything. When I say curated, I mean maintained. I should probably adjust my wording there, because when I say curating in any other context, I'm not talking about an art curator.
Right,
So,
right,
yeah.
right.
But the art curators were making some questionable decisions about what they allowed in there
Right.
and what they put in what areas. So it's like, you ever see that ridiculous painting of the Bean Eater?
I
Have
don't
you
think
seen
so.
that? Oh my goodness. Let me see if I could. It's a picture of a guy eating beans, like it just getting caught in the act. But it was so strange that there's this painting of a guy eating beans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
And then it's like right next to that, it's like a 13th century of triptych, and then it's like another one of like the crucifixion, but a Native American guy wearing jean shorts, and it's like, what is going on here? And it was like, it was such a strange mixing, and it's like they had the room,
Right.
and so I don't know, like I saw that, and I was like, I'm just gonna kind of go back to the event and like just kind of bail, because some of the curators were like leading a tour, and I was technically scheduled for the tour, but I kind of broke off and just looked at stuff on my own, because I was like, they're just talking randomness, like they're just interpreting the exhibit as they go, and I could kind of tell that was the case.
Well,
But
that's the museums are evil aspect right there. Is that they're effectively so. I can't think of a good. I don't know all the terrible authors that copied Tolkien. There's so many of them. But if you look at some of the Tolkien copies,
like Game of Thrones,
even Raymond Feist. Now look, I love Feist. Read all his books; they're fantastic. I really love Raymond Feist. Just great stuff. Really, I love it. It's not Loader. Like, I get it. Like it is a cheap copy for sure, but it's also like really good stuff. Really good, like great stuff. Magician Apprentice, Magician Master is fantastic. But when even that, this is a curation of the world in the same way that a museum is a curation of either an artistic movement or set of movements, or like a type of art, we'll say, or history itself. Okay, so in other words, it's not to say you can't have a good museum. There's the Isabella Stewart Carter Museum in Boston, which is the best museum ever. But like, they're curations, they're poor copies of something better.
Yeah.
And that's the aspect in which I mean they're evil, because they stray right into Harry Potter land, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I love Harry Potter. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Harry Potter's garbage. Right. I love some garbage sometimes. Yeah. You need that, right? Like, if I could still buy ring dings, there'd be ring dings on this stream every once in a while.
Well, it's like it's like me in that movie Soldier with Kurt Russell. Pure trash, but trash of the highest quality. Exactly. I recommend it to everyone.
I haven't watched that one yet.
You should.
I will. Yeah, there's so many things on my list. I have so much to do, and I just added, dear Jesse, to the Matrix stock. Not a huge amount, but I found something, and I was like, oh. Of course, I stole it from Sally Joe. Just don't tell her. She'll forget anyway, so she won't even remember she gave me that insight. Yeah. So, yeah, it's fascinating how museums as curation of a higher thing, right? And that's why they stray into evil. But yeah, at some point I should do a stream on that, probably. Maybe not a video, maybe a video. I don't know. I've got a bunch of videos to do. I got to do this Republic Book 10 thing, and I'm still reeling from spending all day trying to do it, which I was like, what did I agree to do? Why do I promise these things? What am I doing? This is way more work. Nobody's even gonna understand. Nobody understands my other two Play-Doh videos, much as this one. Those should be huge. Those should be the biggest videos on the internet.
I understand.
What, book 10? Yeah. Dude.
I'm looking forward to your video.
Oh man, dude. Totally wrong about the ending too. I'm like, how did that slip past? And then I read it, and I'm like, oh, I see how that slipped past me. Of course that slipped right past me. Of course it did. It was so bad. I read it to Manuel. I'm like, no, Manuel, wait till I read to you what slipped past me at the end. That's after the story. It's just one paragraph. It's not very long.
Yeah.
And I just read it, and yeah, it was.
Oh man,
it's bad. It like cake, meat icing. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, tree meets star on top or angel on top. Yeah,
I think I'm gonna not spoil it for myself. And I mean, I
No,
never
no.
read that book anyway, so I'll just wait for the video.
Oh yeah. Don't read that book by yourself. My goodness.
Yeah,
I probably shouldn't even
If
be doing
I-
the book 10 research by myself. I'm like,
Mm.
help. I'm drowning.
Yeah.
Help. Yeah, it's because I have to go through the whole damn thing now because I've got to, before I talk about the ending, which I've talked about before briefly elsewhere incorrectly, although not entirely incorrectly, but yeah, icing on that cake. I have to talk about the fight that everybody says like, oh yeah, Plato hates Homer. I
Mm.
I think you misread the book, my friend. I think you have a reading comprehension problem, a bad one too. Like Plato's Cave, very bad. Ignoring the middle of book 8, Democracy into Tyranny, very bad. Right, but this high crimes and misdemeanors, hangings, burnings for them all,
Oh,
which
good.
it's bad. It's as bad. It's worse than you can imagine. It's way
Oh
worse.
gosh.
It's way worse. It's just horrific. It. You know what's afraid of this mistake? Cthulhu. Cthulhu would not touch us. It's that big of it's really bad. It's
That's
just
pretty
like
rough.
what is even happening? But yeah, it's yeah, mind blowing. But I'm working on that, and I might get it done this weekend. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see. I came close today. I'm like, all right, it's if I start recording at 4:30, I can probably do this in an hour. And I just could not get enough of the reading and comprehension because I had to reread a bunch of things. I'm like, wait a minute, what's Plato saying here again? Like, am I getting this right? Damn it. And I'm not reading everything. I'm reading most of the chapter, but I'm not reading everything. So it's a little hard, right? Because I'm like, am I understanding this? Do I have the context right? Am I remembering this correctly? Right? I got to go through it over and over again.
Oh,
Manuel insists that we rushed book 10 in the book club, but I don't think it makes a difference. Like I don't. Time and book 10 of the Republic, there's just not enough of one for the other.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm so glad that we're not like rushing through the language of creation thing. Because I was thinking on it, just looking at our readings for the other book clubs, and I was like, well, we did probably first week of January, most likely we'll be done.
Hopefully.
Most likely. But I mean, we're probably looking like March or April for language creation, really. And I'm like fine with
so
that.
Depressed.
Yeah, I know. Like we'll never have another Saturday again. But like I'm fine with it because we really leech so much out of it every time that it's like, well, if there's actually, and maybe it's not all in the text, but like we're drawing so many inferences that it's like I'm benefiting a lot. So, and like I'm benefiting in a way that seems to be benefiting other people when I'm able to not share the raw data from the thing, but like, take some of these insights and then subtly just kind of nudge them. And like some people have found it useful, so that's good.
Well, that makes me feel better because I usually want to strangle Manuel half the time. I'm like, all right, let's move this on now. Sorry.
I was
realize I am unbelievably impatient. It's like you would not imagine, and you can't tell because like I have to be patient right now. Yeah. All right, so it's all held in, very well curated. Thank you very much. But yes, that is one of my many struggles. Is speed to me and efficiency are very important, and I've been fighting with that literally my whole. I knew about it, like I knew early on. Like you have two problems: gluttony, and you want the problem is I can do things very quickly.
Right.
So the rest of you just hold me up. Like that's the real problem. And I had to learn that whole and like, man, do not work a union job like that. Ooh, I got threats left, right, and center. They were like, son, you got to slow down. And I'm looking at them like, I am here to work. And if you are not, get the hell out of my way, boy, because I'm going to work. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how long you've been here. I don't care about any of that. Like, I am here to work. Move your ass. I was grateful to have a job. And it was a very low paying job. I didn't care. I didn't care at all. I was 15 and a half or whatever. And I was just distraught. And I had no idea. Like, I remember the first time I did a call center job, and they were like, and the boss comes up and he says, I was a contractor too, but he goes, anytime you want to stay for overtime, you don't have to ask me. You can just stay on the phone
Yeah.
and just clock out as normal with the overtime and we'll pay it. And I was like, okay. And I didn't really understand. And then a guy I had worked with previously on a different contract at a different company was there. And I was talking to him and I was like, hey man, what's your call count? And he's like, oh yeah, I did 10 calls today. And I'm like, what? What do you mean 10 calls today? Like, you
Right.
mean this afternoon? Because that's almost excusable. And he's like, no, for the 8 hours. And I was like, what? And then
Yeah.
I looked at the call because we had access. I looked at the call averages. The call averages were like 16 calls a day. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, you can clear way more than that.
My call average was like 60.
Yeah.
Like,
When I was a contract call taker, like that was about where I was at, and you would get people that would be like on the team, and they were pretending to work and thinking that no one would actually check on them, but like they would answer the phone and then just put it down and then just walk to the other room, and they would just leave it, and it's just like, oh, you answered 2 phone calls today. It's like, yeah, that's pretty, because they knew that the call system wouldn't send another one to you until you hung up, so they would just leave it there, or they would put someone on perpetual hold or something like that, and then just vanish. And it's like, really, like you're gonna get fired next week, But like, people would just pull that.
Oh, the number of people that think they're clever.
Yeah.
And then when they get fired, they're like, they fired me unfairly. I was cheating fair and square, and there's no way they could have known. And it's like, no, you just
everyone knew. Yeah.
We had a person like that. They were actually, this was very early days, like this must have been the early 2000s. Was it early 2000s? It was early 2000s. They were trans. And I knew immediately because you can tell, at least I can tell. And, their big thing too was, name was Samantha. There's a hint right there. And used to brag about being in the military. I used to be in the military. I was a mechanic. Very unusual to have a woman mechanic in the military. And I'm like, that's because when you were in the military, you weren't dressed like this. It's like, you may think I don't realize this, but actually, the sun is slightly more clear, but only slightly. I think this is very obvious to me. And some of my coworkers didn't know, and like, fair enough, whatever. I don't care. They just weren't paying attention. Also cheating and copying calls in the call board and then entering the tickets in, and totally got caught. They took a very long time at the bank and let this go on for a very long time. And then finally put the hammer down. So they knew fairly early on, this person's not actually doing any work.
Yeah.
But they gave them just enough rope to hang themselves. It was interesting. But they know. Yeah. You're not the smartest person at work, even though you think you are, and you're above the work. Whenever you think you're above the work, somebody's onto your ass.
Oh yeah.
They may keep you anyway.
Yeah.
They know. Like, you think they don't know, but somebody knows. Usually everybody knows. But yeah.
There was when I was in my teens, I worked at Staples, and there was this one guy who was he was on the same level. We're in like little tech sales side, and like everyone knew that, because sometimes we would offer like on-site services, but they were like ridiculously overpriced. Like, oh, we'll plug in your computer for you for $150 or something like that. Like, just absolutely ridiculous. And people would pay it. Like, sometimes people would genuinely pay it. And so he would go out and do that stuff. But he would actually admit and even brag about the fact that when he would go out and do that, like he would get high and then like take a nap in his car and then say, oh man, that's so tired from that on-site, it took me 4 hours or whatever, and then come back and he's like on the clock the entire time. And he did this for a while, and he got promoted to manager. And like we were absolutely amazed. And then he did it while he was a manager and then fired, you know. And
Yep.
it's just like, yeah.
Well, but companies do that a lot of times because if they think you're valuable and they're trying to redeem you, right?
Yeah.
And you're not good at a job, they try to find you a job you're good at.
Yeah.
And that's how a lot of managers end up in management positions. And people don't realize it. They think they're being promoted on merit, and they're not. Like, think about it. If somebody's a really good technician, do you really want to take them away from being a technician? No. So who's more likely to get promoted? The guy who sucks as a technician, because maybe they are a good manager. You already know they're a bad technician. Can't hurt to try.
Yeah.
So that's how that is. People have it all backwards because they think it's some top-down power from above and this all-knowing, all-seeing eye, Sauron, knows who's good at what. And then therefore, when they learn the thing at the below level, they get promoted to the next level up. It's like life is not a video game. Right. It's not how anything works. Nobody actually operates that way in a corporation. Sorry. Not to say that never happens, because it does, but like most of the time people promote you or hire you. It's not on the basis of your merit because they haven't seen your work. So you haven't proved that you've proven that you have any. So merit-based hiring is a lie. It can't be true. It's not that it's not true, it's that it cannot be true.
Yeah. And it's like, I've seen this a lot too, where, you know, and to your point about like, yeah, you want to keep the person there. Like I've seen these things where, especially with technicians and stuff, where it's like, okay, here's this person who is actually excellent. And it's like, you just give them a raise and then maybe give them a little more responsibility. We give them like, you know, responsibility to then be one of the guys who does initial interviews for future technicians, because that guy clearly knows his stuff. So he knows what to ask. And then, like, it's, you know, do that stuff, give him another fancy title and add another 5,000 to his you know, salary every year or something like that. And like, that's good. You know, you don't want that guy getting some other thing. Whereas, like, I have seen that, like, even kind of recently, where there's some guys that get kind of bumped up, and then it turns out that these guys don't know how to run a schedule, you know, and it's just like, and that causes like a lot of issues, you know. And maybe the unfortunate thing is that maybe they were good at the previous thing, not great, but good enough that it seemed like that was appropriate to then do that, but then they can't do the administrative stuff. Like, they're very technically good at a lot of things, but just, you know, we didn't have enough work for them in a certain area or something, and then it turns out they can't do admin. It's like, how do you go back? You know, it's an odd position.
Well, some people do. I mean, there were lots of people in union jobs that I knew whose attitude was, I'll never be in management.
Yeah.
It's betrayal of the working class.
Yeah.
You moron. You were never going to get invited to management anyway, you psycho rebellious.
Oh, man.
Nutbag. Yeah. Yeah. I want to read some Sally Joe. Oh my God. Trans call center stories 2010. TWC Ashley. Trans man gets another trans man on the phone, talks 5 hours. Then all mad they are penalized for not sticking to tech support call. Yeah, they're like that. Time Warner Cable, my most horrible job. Call center jobs are tough. I took my call center job on purpose because I did not like talking on the phone. And I said, I have to face that dragon. I didn't call it dragon back then. But yes, Dawkins, dragons are real. Freaking retards. At least Alex O'Connor got the dragons are real thing, even if Dawkins is a low IQ individual. He really is too. It's just, look, Dawkins in The Blind Watchmaker admits to writing a program to do evolution, right? It's one of the big topics in the book. I didn't finish the book because the book is boring, and also wrong, but like all his other stuff. You know, he talks about this and then he goes, oh, I wish I had written a save function. And I was like, all right, we're done. I mean, if you're programming a computer and you don't think to write a save function for your output, you're stupid. Like, you should not be touching a computer ever. Okay. And if you're stupid at that, you're probably stupid at biology. And if you make a statement like the virgin birth is unlikely when parthenogenesis is a biological concept, then you're stupid at biology. And maybe if you're stupid at biology, you shouldn't have been given a PhD in this stuff. I don't know what to say. It's that easy. Isn't this easy? It's really easy. People get wrapped up. I'm like, it's really easy to determine who's full of shit and who isn't. And I'm sorry if you can't do it right away or whatever. And maybe you will never be able to. That's fine too. It's not a big deal. but also it's really easy. And people who can do it really easily should be listened to sometimes because maybe they're right. Maybe it's that easy. Oh my goodness. It's so frustrating.
Ugh.
Oh man, you
Yeah.
wussed out on me.
I did. So the thing is, the helmet is not meant to have, like, it's actually so snug. I actually gave dimensions for that. And so it's not actually meant to have these inside of it. So the entire time I had these being pressed into my head.
No.
And yeah, it was worth it for the first hour, but I think the point was made.
All right, Castle.
Yeah.
Let me just explain something to you.
Yeah.
You are a hero. You were born a hero if you did that for the street. Thank you.
I thought it was
That's
very
great.
funny.
That is certainly heroic for you to put up with that much pain. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I've had that situation before where I'm like, this tech is great until you like do something clever with costuming, and then you're like, this tech is stupid.
Yeah.
It's painful.
Yeah. It's so
Well, I
ridiculous.
have a mask. I don't. You must have seen a picture of my old Halloween mask, right? The steel one.
I don't think so.
Oh, I gotta grab pictures of that one these days. So I have this steel Halloween mask that I used years and years ago in a costume, and then I used it last Halloween at the Entrepreneur Center. Not this year, but 2023, and actually won an award, which wasn't that hard to. I mean, did some good costumes, but like, I'm coming from Boston, baby. We were competing with the best. I didn't win in Boston, that's for sure. but I had good costume. I have this mask that it's like a steel mask. It's so uncomfortable, it's unimaginable. But also it's fun. Like it's a great little mask.
Yeah.
And I had like this. I was a cyberpunk cowboy surgeon. So I have this whole get up around that. And next time you're on the Discord, ask me, I'll grab some pictures.
That'd be fun.
I thought I posted some on the Discord though at one point. It would have been a year ago, but yeah, it was a cool. It took us a while we were building costumes for the three of us for a costume thing, and yeah, I mean, we worked for a week and a half or 2 weeks or something every night after work on these things. Like this was not a small project. We probably got I don't know, 60, 70 hours, 3 people. So 3 times 60 man hours in it. It is in the costumes, all 3 costumes to be fair, but there's a lot of costuming.
That is funny.
And what my buddy, his now wife, then girlfriend, was doing, she was trying to do a face mask. So she was doing all the stuff to do a face mask. He had like tubes in his nose and the gel all over his face. Oh yeah, a whole face cast thing.
Yeah.
It was bad. 3 attempts and we had to give up.
Oh.
Well, he had a beard, and that just you
yeah.
can't do face casts with beards.
Mm.
Just to let you know, it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it. That's how it is. Oh, Sally says, I took my call center job because back then I thought I needed money for food. Good job, Sally. Sally destroyed her own world. I only took my call center job because I knew I had a problem and I needed to address it. I was like, no, I need to learn to be on the phone with strangers. And I don't like phones to this day. Like I still, like if you were like, hey, call me, I'd be like, oh no, I have to call somebody. Well, because it's like you never know, right? Like, are they busy? Are they, what's gonna happen? Like I'm way better receiving phone calls as a result of the call center job, but I'm still not better making phone calls.
Yeah.
It's still like the most anxiety causing thing you can do to me. It's so sad.
Yeah. There's it's something that I tell it was actually just the other day. There was some other guy at my workplace, and these people go and they like on Microsoft Teams, just you message them something, you take time to type to them, and then they're like, they just instantly call you. And I just let them go because I'm just like, I have to find this wherever this is because I don't always keep it here. And so I told him, I was like, sorry, dude, like cold calls just don't work. Like, yes, I'm looking at my screen, but that doesn't equal I can answer you right now, And that doesn't
Right.
mean that I'm not doing something else. Like what, I don't know. It's too much.
Yeah,
I can't stand cold calls.
that's always a problem too, the way people interact with calls versus texts versus messages versus emails.
Yeah.
It didn't make anything better, but it sure as hell made everything worse.
Yeah. It's like, because and that's the thing, like, people say, of course, yes, it's less personal if you're messaging somebody, but at the
Right.
same time, like, you have more time to respond and you don't have to
More
drop
convenient.
absolutely everything, So,
It's
yeah,
more convenient, but there are times when you have to talk to somebody on the phone because the
For sure.
density of information is
Yeah.
too high for typing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a little like, hey, can I call you? It's just like that. That's it. Just like a quick little like, are you free? Just a
Are
little
you
something.
free? Yeah. Would you like
You
me
know.
to call? Yeah, that's what I usually do. I would
Yeah.
never call somebody without checking first because
Yeah,
because
that's
again, that's my fear, like that I'm interrupting them.
Yeah.
And I always don't know how engaged someone will be if I'm interrupting them. And so I mean, I've always been that way about it. I don't like to interrupt people. I mean, it's not like, oh, I'm lost in a city and I need some help. I'll ask, hey, excuse me, sir, can you help me find X? Like basic politeness is easy when you're in person. Etiquette. Well, I got to talk about etiquette one of these days. Etiquette is just completely out the window now. And
Yeah.
man, is it killing the world. Like it's absolutely destroying everything, and people don't understand how the world works. So they think it's okay. And I'm like, no, politeness is super important. And we've lost it.
I was talking to an Uber driver earlier today because I lent my car out and I still had to go somewhere. And so I'm talking to the guy and he says, oh, earlier today, he was like, I need your opinion on this. And I was like, okay. And like that's how he starts our conversation when I get in the car. And more or less. And he's like, a guy was a mechanic and asked for a ride. And I pull up to pick him up and he's covered in oil. And he doesn't understand why I was mad at him for doing that. And he was like, what do you think? And I was like, if I was driving, I would have just completely like refused service. Because he made a point to like the inside of this car was amazingly well done. Brand new car. Like he even said, he was like, this is a brand new car. You could feel it. It was very, very nice. Well taken care of. Signs. He had like even nice signs with like graphics and stuff on it talking about that, please don't drink or smoke or eat or any of these things in there. And also please make sure to, put a nice review and all these things. Like he went all out. Older guy, probably retired, doing this as like a side thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, he understands like, that sort of level of respect of like, okay, I'm not gonna, like, if you're like a real estate agent, like I'm not gonna chase every single lead, like
Right.
some people are actual nightmares and maybe they're not worth my time. And the same thing where it's like, yes, I'm only making $15, but yes, I'm willing to drop this if some guy's going to get oil all over my new car. And like, he didn't get it. Like, I mean, the driver got it, obviously, but like the mechanic had no idea why.
Right. That's funny. So I went to a thing yesterday. There was an entrepreneurship event here in Columbia called Growth Summit. And I had gone last year, and last year Growth Summit was in the Art Museum, Castle.
Oh.
Yes. That's why when you said that, I'm like, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
This year, it was in the middle of an abandoned mill.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
in the middle of the city at one. Columbia is a weird. I love Columbia. I love it here. I'm not complaining about Columbia, South Carolina. I actually love it here for various reasons. But they have like 5 places that are like the place around the city center. And one of them is the center of the city where the State House is. Gorgeous state. One of the prettiest state houses in the United States, Columbia, South Carolina. Right. Another one is 5 Points, which is too far to walk. Right. Or you can walk it, but like you don't want to. And there's nothing in between. Right. So there's no like corridor. And another one is walking distance from the city center. Right. It's sort of down the road, down the main road, right down the hill from the State House.
Yeah.
But it's a separate area of town, basically. Right. And so that area has an abandoned mill, and not the front door, because it was an abandoned mill that was closed and that restaurant was no longer there. And there were no signs. It's like, but I get to the middle of the abandoned mill, I can finally figure out, oh, it's this door that's open way down there. Okay. Yeah. The address they had was not a real address. It was, I think it was called like 800 Junction. And I'm like, 800 Junction. It must be a cool place like 5 Points is, you know? And I couldn't find it on a map. And I'm like, I finally like detectived my way to it. And I'm like, oh, you mean 800 Gervais Street. Oh, okay. That's what you mean. And then it's not 800 Gervais Street because it's the side entrance. Like it's way the hell off of Gervais Street. So I'm walking around trying to find the stupid thing. So I get there, and one of the talks was by a marketing guy who and this is like, I've never heard anything like this before in my life. It's completely hysterical. He's actively saying, find your, he called them the ELF customers, and I don't remember what ELF stands for. The F is fun, and the E is easy, but I don't remember what the L stands for. But basically, you want to attract only those customers who are easy to work with and fun to work with. And you actually don't want any of the other customers. And I'm sitting there watching this guy give this talk on stage like, this is great. I love this. Screw the customer. Work with the easy people. And his whole thing is life's too short. Life's too short to work with difficult customers. And I'm like, yes. And I have a copy of his marketing guide, of course.
Nice.
But I don't know. Ixon, I don't remember.
Likeable.
It's in the other room, the little book, this little marketing book. Actually, it might be in this room. Is it in this room?
There was this.
Hold on, I'll find it.
Oh yeah.
It's here, somewhere. Nope, it's not in that bag. Oh, nope, it's not here. It might be in here somewhere. Everything's all over the place. My office is more of a mess than you can possibly imagine. It got worse recently. Yeah, it's a never-ending battle. We need one more round of shed cleanup, and then I need a round of find an outdoor cabinet system to clear more stuff out of the shed, and then I think we've doubled shed space, and that didn't help. No. Well, I doubled the shed. I've got an outdoor gardening shed now, which is my old carport. But then I got a golf cart, so that takes up a lot of that shed. So. Oops.
Oh my goodness.
But now I have a golf cart. It's so much fun. I got to use it at night.
Great. Nice.
Nighttime golf cart driving.
I haven't
built golf cart race course yet.
You have to. Oh my
goodness. Oh, I have 12 acres. I can totally do it.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of first we got to kill the beaver. Beaver must die, and then we got to fill in the hole in the dam so I can take the golf cart over the dam again, and then I got to cut down a couple trees, probably not too many, and small trees, not big ones. Then we'll have a golf cart racetrack, and then the next task will be to find another way to get more golf carts. Don't tell the girlfriend. She already got me a free one, so. Like, look, they're only 10 grand. That doesn't go well.
Oh my goodness.
It's a good thing I'm not earning money, because I'd just be like, more golf carts, please. Yeah, the gluttony thing's a problem. I get one new thing, and I'm like, I need 10 more of these. No, you don't. So bad. It doesn't matter what it is. This is why I love cars. I never got into cars. I just stayed buying used cars until very recently, right? Used cars, because I knew like I would just devote my life to owning one of everything. I'd find a way, like everything would get manipulated around that goal. So the only thing I have like that is computers, and I keep paring them down, and that almost works, but not really. So yeah.
I don't know, but it just I love the idea of golf cart raceway. The only time I ever got to really like push a golf cart through its paces, I guess I was in Arizona, I think, for like a weekend or something, and somebody had a golf cart, and took it around some hills and dunes and stuff, and that was kind of cool, and did like probably like a 4-inch jump or something like that on the thing. Should have served a meal on that flight, but it was It was pretty good. But yeah, I like the
No,
thing about just like screw your customers thing. Or sorry,
oh,
I don't want to completely segue off the golf cart thing if you got more golf cart stories.
no. All I want to say about golf carts is, if second golf cart comes, then you got to come down.
All right.
You got to come down because
And then we'll race.
there's no other way. There's no
Yeah.
other way. Yeah, no, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
All
Yeah,
right.
let's go back
We'll
to
race.
customers. Yeah, evil
The
customers.
there was a book that of course I didn't read, but I listened to because I just can't offer more bandwidth than I already am to the 2 books that we're already reading. But there's this audiobook that I picked up that I had actually gotten physical and like a paperback one, and then I didn't touch it for like a year. So it came out on audiobook, and I was like, yeah, let me just do this way. And of course, I cleared it in 2 days or whatever. And my audio retention is pretty good, so whatever I missed wasn't important anyway. And but I was listening to that. It was that Chris Voss guy, the negotiator, but he teamed up with a guy who was he used to be a professional football player, but then he became a real estate agent. And then he became really successful at that. And then he became a real estate agency consultant, something like that. And then he started a company for that. So they did like a joint book specifically on like negotiating as a real estate agent. And that was one of the things. Yeah, it's actually it's called the full fee agent. And so the idea is like you actually whatever I don't remember if it's like 15% or something is like the maximum fee, and most people go under that. And he's like, yeah, you should just 100% of the time always say that you're going to go for the full fee. And if anyone disagrees, like just let them go. And if anyone asks, you let them know that you're willing to work for it and like they're going to get that full fee quality.
Right.
But ultimately, if anyone is difficult or anyone is kind of making you like chase them or anything, ultimately they're just trying to get your advice so that they can go to another real estate agent anyway. And so and they go really deep into that of like, I had never thought about real estate agents go and like steal each other's stuff. And also there's a lot of people that, and it makes sense, a lot of people shop around with real estate agents, and they like, apparently it takes hours and hours to do these presentations and get them ready.
Yep.
And then it's like, oh, you just have a person that goes to like 5 different people, makes each of them work 8 hours, compiles all that information, gives it to one guy. And it's like, here's how you just avoid that by just completely cutting out all the people who would do this BS to you.
Right.
Very useful. Like I have no interest in getting into real estate, but I picked up some pretty useful stuff from that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's so. Can you repeat the event details? Which event are you talking about? Growth Summit. I went to Growth Summit on a discount ticket because one of the guys at the entrepreneurship meeting, which is not related somehow, sometimes things, what are you doing? Lots of repeat effort. One of the guys there was giving a talk, and he does funnels. And he does very well, like very well. He's a mover and shaker for sure around here. And he's a cool guy. Like we were talking about the bad old days of SEO and stuff, and because I have some experience with that. And I should have been Shopify, but long story as to why that didn't happen. I would have beat the pants off of those people. They're no good at all. I wanted to hear his funnel talk. And so I bought tickets with his code, right, on purpose, because I got a discount and stuff too. The tickets are horrifically expensive. But then I realized, I did the math. I'm like, they didn't cover their costs with the tickets. They're getting sponsors. They must have $100,000 in sponsorship money, because these things are expensive to put on. I mean, I got a free T-shirt, but like, it's a T-shirt, bro. Like that didn't cost much. And then there's free swag there from the vendors. And yeah, I mean, they had it in a warehouse with a concrete floor. And I was talking to one of the other guys there. I was like, have these guys heard of flooring? It's a pretty cool technology. He laughed. But he was like, "Well, I know where this is. I've been to another event here." And I'm like, "Bro, like they could have put up a sign. They could have put the address of the property. That would
Yeah.
have helped in saying 800 Junction or whatever the hell they called it." I'm like, "I don't know where that is. What is this thing?"
Yeah.
So, but it was good. There was some inspirational talks that I left early just
Mhm.
because I was tired, and the place was like it had these 3-part door window things. So they were windows, but they were covered, but they didn't close. I don't know why. And it was a windy day. And it wasn't
Yeah.
exactly warm. Like it was fine. It's South Carolina, but like it's too cold for me. Like I'm already like maybe I need to move to South Florida. Like I'm like this it can't be I can't do 65 anymore. Like it's just too
Yeah.
cold for me now. It's yeah, I mean it wasn't bad. Like I'm fine. Like, especially now I'm really well managed. I get very good food now, so I
Okay.
don't get Raynaud's quite so often. But when you get it, it's hell, right? Like, well,
Mhm.
I had to take a shower before I came on the street because I was cold. I'm like, all right.
Oh man.
Sometimes after I eat, I get it's 72 degrees in here, Castle, all the time. Like the house is nice and well, in the winter, in the summer, it's way warmer. It's way because I love the heat. I'll just
Oh,
bask. I
I
love
would
it,
die
you know?
instantly. I was
Right.
just yeah.
Well, and I'm from New England, so it used to be, you know, I'd have the top down on the old convertibles
Mhm.
at 30 degrees. I didn't
Yeah.
care. I just put on a coat. But like I would drive top down in 40-degree weather in shorts and t-shirt. The cold didn't bother
Yeah.
me at all until I got sick. And
Mhm.
now I can't do it. Like it's just not happening, right? So it
You
just is
became
what
a
it is what it is. Like I don't know. It
you
sucks.
became a were lizard.
Pretty much. That's the yes. I'm a were lizard. But the Growth Summit was cool because they had a bunch of different speakers. It just wasn't as good as last year's, where they had it at the museum and there were breakouts and there were breakout rooms so you could pick what you wanted and all that. So
Mhm.
that was interesting. Oh, December 4th. Uh,
Mhm.
what's happening on December 4th? On December 4th, there's a live stream, 2 p.m. Eastern time, with a very special guest. And we're going to get all medieval on your ass. We're going to get all intimacy crisis on your ass. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. It is everyone's going to love it. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. I'm so excited. I feel blessed. I really do. Feel blessed. And we'll see how the visibility goes. Although I'm still very sore that my Play-Doh videos aren't actually the most popular videos ever on the internet. Maybe
Mhm.
Book 10 will change that because the Book 10 thing, aliens being real is nothing compared to Book 10, The Republic. Nothing. These are minor introspections of life. Part of it is I'm reading Book 10. I got a lot going on anyway. I'm all pissed off from my last journey up north, and we got another one coming up. I'm reading Book 10, and I'm just getting angry and angry. Like, it takes me a long time when I'm angry to read. So, yeah, I didn't get it recorded today. But I think I will get it recorded, although maybe Sunday. And if not, then it's going to be a while because maybe I'll record on the road. We'll see.
Oh man.
We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was dealing with trying to like cool things down because I think I had mentioned to you before that I was in the middle of some tension with some other people in a different department
Yeah,
at work.
your other group, yeah.
It came to a head, and I wound up essentially having a meeting and told them everything they're doing wrong. They didn't want to hear it, of course, and that's fine because I had vacation starting the next day, so that's cool. But ultimately, like I don't dislike these guys. It's just it had to happen. But the thing is that as I was preparing for that, I was actually really angry with these guys, and I never yelled at them or any of these things. I thought I was going to, but the thing that didn't help is that I was listening to your Vervaeke commentary and also the Dawkins one, like back and forth between those as I was kind of like compiling notes for what I was going to do the meeting, and I was like, yeah, that was a mistake. Like
That was
not
a
a mistake not a mistake listening to them ever, but listening to them right then was not wise, you know. But that's fine. I got some.
Well, we're in the flat world where people think like I can do 9 things at once, and it doesn't matter what those 9 things are. And it's
and
like
I can't.
maybe you can do 9 things at once,
At
but it
incredible
very
cost.
much matters what they are.
Yeah.
Right. Certain
Yeah.
things should not be done together.
I paid massive cost for a lot of the choices that like I make it right, but it's like running on fumes. You know, it's not a good place to be. But I'm screwing that up less often than I used to, though. So we're
that's
getting
good.
there. Yeah.
Good. Well, that's all that matters, right? Is improving and getting better and making progress towards betterment of self, we'll say, right? With the help of others, because you can't do it alone.
Slightly better Muppet every time.
That's what matters. And yeah, I mean, wow. That Dawkins thing, and I had to rush it to record it all too. I mean, basically, so I'd have material because I knew that Thanksgiving was a thing.
Yeah.
So Christmas will be left as an issue because I don't think I'm going out of town. So I think, I think Christmas in New England is over. That may change, but it doesn't look that way. Really doesn't look that way. And Ixnay. For contrast, it's 21 degrees outside here right now.
Nice.
Sounds awful. I don't think it's anywhere near 21 degrees where I am, thank goodness. And it may get that cold once or twice, but I hope not. I've had a winter here where it hit 32 twice, and that was it. I was like, all right, we can deal with that.
Yeah, that's good.
We also had a winter where, and it was cold up. I was in New England for like 2 weeks because I used to do these big, long 2-week trips. I think I flew. Yeah, that was back when I had a car up there too. But I had flown. I'd flown up there. It was the coldest week of the year in both places, and I was at my buddy's house, and I took care of his house and made sure his pipes didn't freeze because he was out of town. And then so he came back and his pipes didn't freeze. There was a real danger of freezing pipes up north because it was like -11, which is, I mean, that happens in New England, but it's super rare, right? And it had been under 0. Like, I think they had a whole day where it didn't get above 0 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
It was really cold. And I got back home and my pipes had burst. And it was like, what's going on? Oh, yeah. No. The main water pipe into the house cost me $45 to fix it. No damage. 1-story house, no basement, and the water just goes into the pond.
Not bad.
Right. I'm like, see, this is the real advantage. Like, forget about all the other advantages living here. That's the real advantage. I burst the main water pipe into the house, and nothing happened. I paid $45 to get it fixed.
Yeah, that's incredible.
It's $15,000 worth of damage and 3 days worth of cleanup, minimum in New England. Nope, $45, sir. That's it. Yeah, I'm thrilled. I'm still thrilled. I love it here. Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I really like those 1-story things. I think stairs are way overrated. I don't know.
Single floor living, man. There ain't nothing like it in this world.
Yeah. But my dream is honestly just the Viking longhouse, and like you just, you don't need to have all these extra things and lofts and all that stuff. And you can do like I didn't really watch much of that show, but that West Wing thing where it's like all the meetings are had like in hallways. And it's just like, just walk with me.
There you go.
It's just like, you can just do that. It's just giant, super long hallway of a house, with and the entire thing is just split right in half by an enormous dining room table. And just like, I'm totally fine with that. Some rooms on the sides. I don't need anything else.
No, my mother had some plans that she wanted me to implement that she had gotten directly or indirectly from Italy. And they were basically old Roman, although I think they were Spanish Roman, but they might have been actual Italian Roman plans for their house arrangement, which is basically 4 living quarters in a square with a piazza in the middle, sort of thing. I
Okay.
think that's what it's called. Right. But they were like, I mean, they were copies
Yeah.
of plans from Rome, late Roman Empire, to be fair, but like Rome, actual Rome. And of course, all that stuff got stolen, so I don't have any of it. But like she was like, no, you should like build this as like the house, right? Like the family house thing. And of course, I have the acreage to do it.
Yeah.
But I don't have the plans because they get stolen. So all
It's
my
an
mother's
interesting
stuff got stolen.
concept, though. I mean, you do the old Roman style with just like piping and HVAC. That would be pretty incredible.
Well, the thing is, you don't even need it.
Hmm.
Like people, yeah. So actually, there's this story down here, apocryphal or not, but it's like a very recent story from like the past 10 years. So Charleston, South Carolina, 2 hours from here, roughly. Charleston, South Carolina has these houses on the water, huge, beautiful southern mansions. Oh my God, they're so gorgeous. Gorgeous castles. You wouldn't believe how beautiful they are. And 15 or 16 years ago, there were no $1 million houses in Charleston. And now there are. They broke that barrier and haven't looked back. Now it's Boston, right? It's all of a sudden it's Boston years ago, but it's on that trajectory. Beautiful city, by the way, too. Charleston's awesome. I wouldn't mind living in Charleston that much, but there's traffic. It's traffic. It's like living in Charlotte. There's traffic. It's no good. But they had a woman who was 98, and she was living in one of those houses, unrenovated. And she said it never got hot in the house, and I forget what temperature, but she said it didn't matter what temperature was outside. Didn't need air conditioning, because the way those houses are designed, they're designed for the heat, and you can do that. And maybe it doesn't do the full job, like high ceilings. Like in hot, you want high ceilings.
Yeah.
Right. And then you want large windows. Right. And there's reason for that. And then, of course, you need southern blinds are a thing. And southern shutters or southern blinds, as they're called, unbelievable. Like my mother was like, I thought these things were stupid and they look stupid. But then when she got them, she's like, I understand now. These are brilliant. These are the best things ever. Right. Once you understand it. My house, if you look at my house, it's not square to the street. And that's a tell down south for somebody who knows what they're doing. This house is oriented directly north-south. Right. So the picture window on the south overlooking the pond is due south. The pond is manufactured. It is due south. And the sun in the summer does not really come in the window because it's too high.
Yeah.
Right. And in the winter, it comes right through the window and heats up the house. Right. And
That's
most
right.
houses down here that are new builds are not that way. Right. And so they're just costing themselves a ton of money on HVAC.
That's very interesting.
Yes.
That reminds me of there was this one time in my teens when I was working at a candy shop, and I think they're only on the West Coast. They're called See's Candies, and it's kind of like if someone had a grandma, they were shopping there at Christmas for this very expensive candy. They never advertised digitally or on TV ever. They didn't even do billboards. All of their advertising was 100% word of mouth and giving out free samples. So you can hypothetically, there was an interesting thing, and like I'm getting to a point here, but I did think this was kind of funny that you could, because 100% of their advertising budget was in giving out free samples, and they did very, very well. It was a big chain over in California. They allowed you to just go in there and say, hey, can I please have a free sample? And for as long as you didn't receive a bag of more than one or anything like you couldn't be given a bag, but you could be given it in like a little paper cup. You could sit there and hypothetically eat 500 pieces of candy if you asked one by one and let the people just watch you while you did it. Like they didn't deliberately stare at the people or anything, but it's like, it's a small shop. Right. And it's basically a hallway with a counter. And so you're in there and it's just like, and the one that I worked at, it was oriented directly out towards the coast and it was close to a port or not a port. It was kind of like what do you say? Like a jetty or something like that.
Mm.
And so it was facing right out to where the sun would start setting, and so
Oh,
and the entire front was glass. Mind you, the inside was chocolate, right? So you're there, and you are required to be there dressed up in the full uniform, even with a tie and everything like that. It was a very fancy candy shop, and you're just being roasted alive, like under a magnifying glass, with the sun just comes right down and beams straight in on top of you. It's insane. But yeah, so so you just had the sun fighting the air conditioning the entire time, and you're caught right
right.
in the middle of it, and it's just like it's absolutely insane. But yeah, they could have put it on the other side, but they didn't do that.
People don't like, they don't think about that anymore. They don't orient towards nature,
Mhm.
right? Because we can overcome nature with extra electricity. and then they all complain about the climate. And I'm like, oh
Yeah.
my God. You guys are the climate problem, if there is one. I don't know why you're complaining about the problem you created, but also go away.
Yeah.
Seriously. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
it's weird how, and they're not little things, right? Like high
Yeah.
ceilings make a big difference.
Oh yeah.
Where your windows face make a big difference, right? Whether or not you're willing to open and close blinds and not be lazy makes a big
Yeah. Like the home that I grew up in, more or less, in like before being a teenager, essentially was essentially a toaster oven. I mean, because it was very small. The windows were very small, and the ceiling at its highest point, because it was slanted too, is ridiculous. Um, at its highest point might have been 6 feet, 6.5 feet, something like that. And at its lowest point was probably 5.5. So it was like this weird, awkward sort of roof, but it was so short. It didn't get higher than that. So when it was, and there was no air conditioning, it was box fan, like one
yeah.
box fan. And so when it was summer, like, and the roof wasn't even all that good. So like when it was summer, it was actually just like, it was basically like you just throwing, like taking a sandwich and then just putting foil over it and throwing it in the oven. Like that was basically like I was the sandwich for the entire time. And it
Wow.
was a very strange thing. But to your point of like, if the ceilings had just been like a few feet higher, like it wouldn't have actually been as brutal. But
Right, right.
but it's like I can relate to the consequences of low ceilings during the summer for sure. But
Right.
but like you don't really think about that stuff. Also because it's like, what are you gonna do? Actually raise the roof? But like
Well,
it could be done better.
yeah, if it wasn't built right, yeah, there's not much you can do. I mean, my first house, I did get an air conditioner for it.
Mm,
The air conditioner, I still have that air conditioner actually. The air conditioner did not service the whole house or anything.
yeah.
And the only reason why I got it was because the living room, which was divided roughly, not in half, it was divided into into two sections, but one was a two-thirds of the room and the other was a third of the room. But it was divided by a half wall. And because I
Mm,
put a desk on the other side. So,
okay.
yeah, it was somewhat restricted. And it was great because you had like the computer off the area, right? A computer room
Yeah.
with nothing but freaking computers in it. And then I had a desk so I could work on the side. And then it transitioned into a living room. You could sit and watch TV
Oh,
or listen to music or read a book or,
yeah.
whatever. I had a huge freaking, it was enormous. I had a huge entertainment center on that wall next to the desk.
Nice.
It's pretty hysterical. But the reason why I had the AC unit and I closed it, the house is full of French doors. So
Mm,
I miss that house. It's full of French doors. So I had two French doors. So you could close. It had two entrances to that big
yeah.
room. I had to close that off in the summer, and the only reason why I had the AC was because of the computer.
Mm,
That was the only reason, because it had nice high ceilings. It was an old house. It was a house is over 100 years old. Actually, it's a beautiful old house. It was originally a cottage that had been expanded, um, but it was nicely done expansion.
yeah.
But like the computers were getting too warm.
Yeah.
Otherwise, because I didn't grow up with AC. I'm like, AC in New England? Why? This is pointless. Well, it never gets hot enough.
Yeah.
I mean, every once in a while for like a day or two or three. Who cares? Like it's a
Yeah.
summer. You'll be fine, right? Like,
Yeah.
but no, I needed AC there. And I still didn't use it very much. I used it when I needed it. When I didn't need it, it wasn't on. But yeah, it was a big unit too. It's a big unit. Yeah, and electricity is expensive up there. Down here, electricity is almost free. Electric rates were going up because they failed to expand the nuclear plant because we don't know how to build long-term large projects anymore. And everybody's corrupt and should be in jail. Different problem. Two separate problems. But yeah, it's weird to me because I'm just like, yeah, just design the house right. You'll be fine. You have a couple days where you're uncomfortable, but you know what? You'll probably live.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the whole like the civic corruption or just incompetence, like it's so difficult to know because it's like which one is actually worse. Like it kind of in one sense doesn't matter, but it's like you could still get horrific cataclysmic results either way.
Incompetence is a different type of corruption.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way to think about it, right? Because meritocracy is not a separate thing. It is the only reasonable standard for anything, right? And so the idea that we've separated it out from the right way to do things, because it's just the way. There's only one way to do things, guys. There's no non-meritocratic stance. That's called corruption.
Yeah.
I don't know why we even have the word. It's like a superfluous word at some point, right? And yeah, I mean, letting incompetent people read scripts in Hollywood and greenlight them. People don't. I almost worked on this video too, and I do have to do more work on it. But like, people can't tell the difference between somebody wrote a bad script and somebody wrote a bad script. Somebody read it, somebody okayed it, and a bunch of other people okayed a bunch of money to like. Yeah. Those are all separate levels of bad, right? And they're not equal at all, right? And like it doesn't matter if you have 1,000 scripts that are bad, as long as you reject all the bad scripts, it's not a problem, right? Now you upset all the people that are bad script writers, but that's a good thing.
Isn't there a thing where they're like, I think it's for some TV show sort of production companies where they actually use like an algorithm based on like, oh, this type of show got some sort of
they've all been doing it.
No.
Go to StoryGrid. Type in StoryGrid in Google. Go to StoryGrid.
Oh, I feel like
Go read StoryGrid has a section like resources or something under archetypes, and go read their version of Harry Potter and the Matrix. And then you tell me if you saw those movies under those names. Because I sure as hell didn't. I was like, what are you talking about? These guys have a spreadsheet, no word of a lie, for a good story. And I'm like, oh my God, burn the witch. Like everybody that engaged with that and didn't immediately call for their expungement from the internet is probably guilty enough to at least be hung for treason against sanity or something. Like the idea that you could boil down good storytelling or good writing to a freaking spreadsheet, I words fail me. There's no conceptual framework for dealing with a corruption. That, like, who would even think that's valid? My goodness. And then it turns out it's from this line of people that are Joseph Campbell follow. I mean, Joseph Campbell's an idiot. I don't know what else to say. He doesn't even understand his own framework. Like, that's clear in the Bill Moyers interview. Like, just watch it carefully and you'll see. Like, I don't. He doesn't even understand Star Wars. The one he consulted on. He's that dumb. Like, I don't know what to tell you. This idea of the hero's journey. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? The thing he described, it doesn't exist in literature. I'm like, he's just fantasizing.
Yeah.
Talk about flat world. Like, there's no hero's journey. What are you talking about? Heroes go on journeys with other heroes, usually, by the way. right? And then the flat world version of that is hero plus sidekick, and the corruption of that is the Tick. Go watch the Tick. You should watch the Tick anyway. The Tick, every version of the Tick is hysterical. Like, I love the Tick. It's freaking awesome. Patrick Warburton as the Tick is just, I don't know. That's a special kind of genius that can't be appreciated by humans. It's so funny. Right, but it's making fun of this flat world hero's journey bullshit, right? It's making fun of the natural progression of that, which is this hero plus sidekick. It's like heroes were always journeying with other heroes. Okay. The Batman model is bullshit. Sorry. And it's bad writing. That's why they're comic books. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry, comic book fans. Also, this is mostly bad writing. Not all of it. Almost all of it, though. Garbage writing. It's just poor writing. It's people who couldn't be real authors. Fair enough. Like, they got to have something to do, but also, what are we doing? Why are we letting them publish things? I mean, that's why the change in medium. And it's hard for me, right? Because H.P. Lovecraft wrote for Weird Tales. Find me a better author, though, because you're going to have to do a lot of digging to find a better author. Like, he's up there. I mean, the problem is his telos is garbage, right? I mean, talk about corrupt telos coming out in your writing. I mean, Cthulhu Mythos, but it's so brilliant. I mean, there's nobody does to the language what Lovecraft does other than Milton. He's that good, and he might be better than Milton depending upon how you measure these things. But his stories aren't. Now, I love all of Lovecraft's work, all of it. There's no bad Lovecraft stories. It's like Led Zeppelin, no bad songs, no bad Lovecraft stories. Also, Weird Tales, they're called pulp magazines, right? Like, for a reason. He couldn't get published in a real book. And maybe he shouldn't have been. I don't even want to answer that question, right? But it's possible that that's true. Even though I feel like my life were incomplete without him now. But I wouldn't have missed him if I hadn't read him, right? So, and lots of people haven't read Lovecraft, and maybe they shouldn't, because Lovecraft is actually scary. It's the only thing I've ever read that scared me, ever. Yeah. I've read lots of stuff that, should have scared me. I've seen lots of horror movies that aren't scary, because no horror movies are scary. But like Lovecraft, right to the core. I've been death-defying situations multiple times. It didn't scare me at all. Lovecraft, still having nightmares.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's like the marginalia belongs at the margins, and it's like, it's okay to like compile that and stuff and do those things, but maybe it wouldn't be appropriate. Like, would it not even be kind of like an insult to him if it was just like a mainstream New York Times bestseller?
Maybe.
And it's like, I don't know.
Maybe not. I mean, and there was a lot going on, right? It's part of the collapse of wealth. Watch Downton Abbey, right? He's living in Downton Abbey. The same thing's happening in England. It's happening in America around the same time, although we caused all this, to be fair to England. And so he was old money, and the old money is going away. Not all of it, but most of it, right? That's the nouveau riche in New York City. New York City ascends in wealth. Boston and New England in general goes down, because New York is not part of New England. Certainly not New York City. Although we'll take upstate New York. That'd be okay. That's fine. We could just co-opt that, extend Vermont or Massachusetts or a little bit of both, and take it over. Yeah, that'd be fine. We could give New York City to Connecticut. That would, Connecticut and New York City could merge. That'd be fine. I don't like Connecticut. So, or maybe half of it. Keep Rhode Island, right? That'd be fine. I think we can negotiate. There's room. But yeah, I mean, that whole loss of the Yankee wealth, which is ironic because it's not Yankee wealth, because Yankee actually refers to the Dutch New York City people. It's very confusing. Not the Puritans of New England, where all the money was. Yeah. And maybe still is. Who knows? It's hard to know. But we're not Europe, right? Europe, most of the money in Europe is held by a few families for the past 400 to 600 years. And we're not 400 to 600 years old, so that can't be true here. But it might end up being true eventually. Who knows? All the Vanderbilts are gone, so I think the only old nouveau riche family that has money is Rockefeller. But I'm not sure. These things are hard to trace.
Yeah.
The Mayflower people, they still have money. The Cabots and the Lodges and their descendants. Yeah, a while, I don't know if it's still true, they controlled State Street Bank, which was the largest services bank in the world. Back when I was there, they controlled more money than we had national debt. That's not true anymore, of course, because there's no bank that right. But back then they were bigger than the government in some measure. Maybe it's not a useful measure, but yeah, and that was all Mayflower descendants running the bank back then. I don't think that's still true, by the way, but it was. And that's a pretty long time to have money in the same families.
Oh yeah. I mean, it usually vanishes within like the next generation or two, you know.
Yeah, in the United States in particular, in Europe, that's not true.
Right. Yeah.
It's true amongst people that earn it, but not amongst people that have it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when you've got a family of money, they teach their children how to preserve that money, and they keep that money. So the old family money.
I forget there's anything outside of the United States, even though I've been out there.
I know, me too.
Wipe it out of my mind.
But also, there's different categories. So yeah, I mean, it'll be a miracle if Trump's grandchildren don't go bankrupt, right? Or even his children, right? Yeah, his father's the one with all the wealth. Yeah, it's actually his father who earned all the money. He's from a wealthy family, a super wealthy family, actually.
Yeah.
I think his father at one point bailed him out for $900 million. Well, that's what it took to fix New York City, though. Like, New York City wouldn't be what it is today without Trump.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
There's a whole book about that. Like, he made modern New York City. And then they destroyed it right at the same time they rejected him. That's weird. It's almost like it's a pattern you could navigate or something. Nah, couldn't be. Yeah, it's 100%. But yeah, these things are out there too, and people don't know that. But yeah, inherited money is very different from earned money. And if you don't, I think most of this is actually wrapped up in the equality thing. Like, if you don't treat your children like they're the stewards of the money you earned, like Rockefeller did, by the way, right? Then they'll blow it all because they don't, like, they're just trying to be like everybody else. Well, everybody else does not have the skill of either earning that much money or tending that much money and caring for it over time. And those are unique skills. And that's actually why I think, like, having a class of rulers or leaders might actually work. Like, the medievals might have been onto something. That's what I'm trying to say. And so maybe on December 4th, we'll find out more about that. We'll see.
That would be good. Tune in.
We'll see. We'll see. It'll be interesting.
Oh, gosh.
Are you stuck?
A little bit. I'm a little bit stuck. I mean, I guess I'm still kind of thinking about the kind of generational wealth thing, and like the importance of actually not only, you know, attending to your kids and making sure that they have those skills, assuming they're capable of acquiring them. And then just, yeah, I don't know. I'm just, there's a lot swirling around, I guess, just kind of thinking about the Trump thing, and then this whole aspect of like actually being able to retain your stuff and being able to actually realize, like, oh, there's going to be a generation after you that you have to kind of preserve this for. Like, it's not just, oh, and now it's my turn or anything like that. Like, there is a certain level of selflessness that's required to actually maintain generational wealth, because it assumes that you're not actually keeping it for yourself, that it's a continuation. Like, you're supposed to be at least adding to it or preserving it as you're kind of going along. But I think that gets lost pretty easily.
Well, and it decays as the result of inflation.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, entropy is everywhere. It doesn't matter what system, political system, economic system, computer system, like, entropy is a big. In fact, I just got a bunch of drives because my very old drives now are too old, and one of them started to overheat. And I'm like, all right, well, I knew it was time to replace them, and maybe I should just get drives. And I got an actually fantastic deal. Of course, still spent a lot of money because I need 6 drives, so it's just 6 of anything is a lot. So I'm gonna replacing them one at a time, very slowly. Hopefully over the weekend, although I don't know if I'll make it. That's okay. But yeah, I you got to replace these things. Like things decay, and I got to get the computer in the shed working. The old Xerox 1108. I've been touting that on my channel, though no one's bitten and said I want to see you rebuild this thing and get it to work. But I'm probably gonna do it anyway and tape it and put it on that channel because
Oh, nice.
that's what that channel is for. Fun computer crazy ranting. Actually, I had a whole video idea because we have an AWS meeting at the entrepreneurship place in Columbia, and I went there a little early. I was talking to the guys, and they were we were talking about AI coding people, helpers and stuff, because that's what I've been playing with for a few months, well, over a year now, actually. And we were talking about various things, and I was like, oh, there's a whole set of things I could exemplify on my, on navigating patterns around this. So I was like, that's interesting. So I've been working on some more ideas. Unfortunately, I have too many video ideas and too little time, energy, and attention. So that's the thing that I struggle with. I've probably got 200 plus in one file that I haven't even touched.
But some of them have to be interrelated, right? Like you could probably do like a triple stream or something like that.
The whole thing's interrelated. That's the problem. It's just I've just been navigating. I mean, navigating patterns isn't just for you guys. Right. I'm the one navigating.
Yeah.
I'm the captain for a reason. Yeah, I've just been navigating like which order do I need to send these to people in so that they freaking understand? Because to me, all this stuff is blazingly obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been the problem all along. I'm like, are you sure you don't understand this and you're not just punking me? Do I live in the Truman Show? This is really the thing you're stuck on. Right. And yeah, it is. And it's just like, wow. But like there's this whole thing like around version control. It's like, yeah, version control is easy in software. It's an easy tool. But it's actually not easy to know how best to use it. Right? Which is a whole different thinking. That's a whole different thing, right? Like people were giving me $350 an hour to tell them that, like it's quite valuable.
Yeah.
Right. So the tool's easy to use though, and people confuse that. And then there's all this flattening in the computer world. And it's like, oh man. And that's how you get garbage software. Twitter has the most interesting bug. They have a thing called show more posts where they're compressing the posts that they show on your timeline.
Yeah.
So you'll see it every once in a while as you're scrolling through. Now, if on the Android phone, if you just hit this button at a random point on your screen, what will happen is it will expand the list down and you will lose your previous place.
That's already super irritating.
Oh no, wait, it gets better. If you place show my posts 1 to 2 pixels the box that it's in, I know you have to know where that is, but you can derive, well, most people can derive it, 1 or 2 pixels, and then you hit the button. It won't do that. It'll expand upward and you won't lose your place. Okay, so that's like definitionally a bug. I kind of have an idea of how they got the software to do that. It's all this like modern programming language are garbage. Modern frameworks are junk. That's how you get side effects like that. Now, if they say show new posts at the top of the screen, guess what you can't do? Hit that button. I'm like, so many bugs in the software. There's so many simple UI bugs. That just like people should see this and experience this and go, we can fix this because it takes no time to fix. Right. And I'm just sitting there and I was thinking about it the other day. Right. I'm like, how many lines of C code is this really? And I'm like, yeah, it's actually not many. It's actually like you could write Twitter by yourself in C and it would be way faster. and 7 zillion times better. Not talking about the whole back end, although I suspect the back end is actually not harder than the front end. Which is usually true in software. It's usually the front end code there's much more front end code than back end code for various very good, easy to understand reasons. But I was just thinking, like, yeah, I mean, this is unnecessary and stupid, and I have a good idea of how they got there, but also they should just rewrite it in C. They should just take the time, rewrite the GUI in C, and be done with it. And it'll be done. And like it'd be 1,000 times better. And they don't rewrite the whole thing in C, but actually they should. They should from scratch in C. Not that big a job. They should do it. They should definitely do it. It would be way better. And the thing is, like, you know, everyone go climate this and rewrite all the software efficiently and correctly, and you will save a huge amount of electricity for real. Like, because people don't understand, like, efficient software runs faster while using less electricity at the same time. Like, these two things are linked. Efficient software runs faster and uses less electricity to do it. So Benjamin Franklin, I have no idea what language it's in. I suspect a lot of it is some really retarded language like JavaScript. And I don't know if it's a language problem or a framework problem or both. Could be both. But it could be Rust. And the problem with Rust is, like, these programming languages are very advanced concepts. But when you hand an advanced concept to somebody who doesn't have 10 or 15 years programming experience, without that concept, they will not use that advanced programming tool correctly because they don't know how to use a hammer. And giving them something more sophisticated just means they're going to screw that up too. And that's what happens. I've seen it for decades in the computer industry. This happens all the time. I see these programmers and I'm like, bro, like, what are you doing? Why are you using this advanced data structure? You shouldn't do that. Like, you're not there. You're not the guy.
I was thinking recently about this aspect of having a right over something or to something, and that's not the same as having the right to exercise that right. So, like, yes, there's certain things, and I think, like, this would actually apply a lot more to like Father Eric's profession, where, like, they actually have rules in this thing where, like, you'll actually be given a right from, like, your superior or something, but you also explicitly don't have the right to exercise that right, except for under specific circumstances. And it's like, here's whatever this thing is. This is very sophisticated, only to be used in very specific circumstances, and you can't use it until I tell you. But you have a right to have this, you know, and then when it's time, then I'll tell you that you can, and maybe even how to do it, you know.
That's the flattening of the world.
Yeah.
And people get confused and you know, even like Peterson, like, the scientific domains are learning about the other scientific domains, and not, you know, Peterson and Vervaeke are both on this. And I'm like, that's not even the way science is supposed to work, because you can't do science when you mix domains, actually.
Yeah,
there are a few exceptions. Huh?
You're supposed to be isolating variables, right? So if you're just mixing everything, then you're just doing the reverse of science.
Right. And like, it's just a good indication that science reached its end, and now they're scrambling for new things. And so they're recombining. They already split everything. I had this thought earlier today about, I won't remember the whole thing. Maybe it'll come back to me like tomorrow or something. But like, it's like, once you say ontology, right, you're already splitting up the world, because categorization is this type of splitting.
Yeah.
Right. You're separating things apart, and that has its utility. I'm not doing the false dichotomy thing, right? That has its utility, but there's a penalty for that as a trade-off, right? And there's a cost, there's a sacrifice. And so now it's all trying to reunify, and I'm like, no, definitionally science can't reunify, because it's definitionally dissection and splitting. Like, you can't have it both ways. You got to pick one, and picking one is very powerful until it's not.
Right. I have a stupid story kind of related to the ridiculousness of this. So there was a time when I was a little kid that and it could, like, people would always ask me, like, what do you want to be when you grow up? I was like 5 this time.
Yeah.
And it was just like, it's just so ridiculous. And but they asked me, and at the time I was like, the real answer was basically I wanted to genetically engineer dinosaurs. But because I saw Jurassic Park and thought that was a good idea because I was 5 years old. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea now, but I got asked that question, and my thought was, I was like, oh, science is cool because it makes dinosaurs, obviously. And so I went and I said, oh, but there's so many different types of sciences. Like, I wasn't talking this out. This is just like rapidly happening in my 5-year-old brain. And I thought, oh, I want to be a scientist that studies all of the sciences. So I told them I want to be a scienceologist, which sounds like Scientologist. And they freaked out about everything. What I really meant was polymath, which might actually be worse. But
that's worse. Scienceologist is correct, by the way. You are more genius than all the polymaths combined now, just for saying scienceologist. That's genius.
It was so ridiculous, but they heard Scientologist and flipped out.
Of course they did.
Yeah. So many different layers, but yeah, I was right all along.
That's great. I love that. That's fantastic.
Oh, goodness.
Sally Joe, kind of like when you encourage people to isolate, it's always for science, just not benevolent science. Yes. Socially distance. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, it's so bizarre the way people, I don't know why they can't see these things. They're so clear. I'm like, and they can't tell the difference between things. It's so strange. It's so strange. Like, they have no layering of the world whatsoever.
Yeah.
And people aren't looking at it that way. Like, they're not really understanding. It's quite possible that cognition, not IQ, right? Not even, we'll say, mere attention. Sorry, Monsieur Peugeot. But like, cognition is limited, and like, maybe you can only learn like a specialty for most people. Like, maybe they can, and that's it. And that's fine. Like, we need that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a plus. But like, if you're trying to learn 2, then you won't know either. And then like, what happens if you just try to learn 3, right? And because that's what I see. The more they spread themselves out, the dumber they are on the things they used to be good at.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's so frustrating. It's so sad to watch. And the pattern's so clear. And I'm like, oh my, what are we doing to these poor? And we just give them more things to be experts at, and it's like, oh my God, you're just creating anxiety and, just riling people up and making them paranoid. And it's so bad for everybody. And that, they're doing it on purpose. And this is agenosis. It's a flood. It's terrible.
It was something that, like, it came to mind when I was at that event at that museum, where I was talking to some people, and I was there with the one college student who's the leader of that group, and because we carpooled, and it was like, he was being asked questions from these other people who were like professionals in the area and stuff, and they were like, oh, what do you do? And they asked us and everything, and they asked him, and he said that he was a student. And they're like, oh, are you double majoring? Like, first question, are you double majoring? And it's like, that's a strange, because it's like, if he says no, then it seems like he's letting you down a little bit. Like, oh, like, should I be double majoring or whatever?
Yeah, it's an expectations of framing question.
Yeah, and there was another girl who apparently I had actually met before. I completely forgot until she mentioned that was there, and like, she had gone to a college. She explicitly said, and I was like, I respected this, that she said, I went to college because everyone else was doing it, and then I realized two years in that that was just not what I was supposed to be doing, and now I'm doing something that I should actually be doing. And it's like, and that doesn't discount the other stuff, but I was like, oh, that's interesting that these other people were like immediately assuming like, oh, you're doing this, you must be doing like a million different things at once. And then later on, I talked to a guy, super nice dude, and everything, but he's like talking about how he just got his doctorate, and he's only just now really facing the reality of his loans are about to catch up to him. And it's like, oh man, like that's, you know, what, 6-7 years of loans about to catch up with you right now. And
Right.
and it's like at the end of the day, like that girl who seemed to be the least advantaged or like you know, achieved academically is actually financially way better off than basically any of the other people who are talking about it. So
No college, baby. Never had in college yet because they never took a single college course. I don't know. But then everybody always, you know, they still do it. They come to me and they're like, well, yeah, but you know, I gotta learn this and I gotta have this degree to get in computers. And I'm just staring at them like you are talking to the wrong person.
just get some computers and start computering. Like, you know,
Yeah,
you will be
start
good at it, but
computering.
it's like, you know,
Nobody ever got a job that way. I hate it. They treat everything like a video game. I'm like,
Mm.
life is not a video game. You do not progress through life in that way. Some people will look back on their past and talk about it that way, but A, they're lying to you, maybe not deliberately or maliciously, but they're lying to you because they have to give you a story, right? And that's, even if that happened in that way, that was them, and almost nobody progresses that way in a business.
Yeah. That was like,
It's so weird.
I encountered so much resistance when I didn't want to go to college, and like that was one of those things where it's like, no, like you're going to do this and everything, and it's like, and I more or less acquiesced. I didn't actually wind up like getting enrolled in anything, but I was like, I acquiesced and said, okay, I will apply to this college. Let me see what they have, what courses they have, and like absolutely nothing was interesting to me. And I was like, look, this is just going to be a waste. Like we're broke anyway. There's not, you know, like this is just unrealistic. And I had somebody in the family tell me, oh, you know, like if you want to be able to, and just like basic life thing, if you want to insert basic life thing here, you're going to need explicitly a piece of paper that will allow you to be able to do that. Not, oh, the connections, or oh, like learning something so that you can be effective. You need the piece of paper, so that is the barrier to entry for whatever this thing is, of like being able to have property or any of that other stuff. And then, you know, cut to 5 years later, and the same person is like, yeah, you know, you made a good call not going to college. Like the universities are in collapse. And it's like, really? Like, actually, you made the recommendation and now I was right? Like, would you have said the same thing? Like, how would that conversation have gone if we did it your way? You know? And like, I don't hold it against them, but I was like, that was a very strange about face, you know, which was correct that like they recognized it, but it's like, really?
Right,
Yeah, I don't know.
right. Sally Joe. I mean, that's what most young people are doing. Of what young people are doing, yeah, it's a problem. No, it's not. Like, it's not. You're never getting around that. You should always go along with the crowd. The problem is when the crowd is going the wrong way, but that's very hard to determine. Everybody thinks it's easy to do. It's actually very hard to determine. And you almost certainly can't actually do it. The problem is the crowd was sent in the wrong direction. That's the problem. Like, the problems aren't the way lemmings work. The problems are when the lemmings run off the cliff. I know that's a fake out from Disney, but also like the pattern holds true. Like, you will go along, whether you realize it or not. Is a different. Like, you believe you do not have a religion, one will be provided to you without your knowledge or consent. It's the same thing. Like, you're gonna mimic. You have no choice. Almost all the things you do are mimicry. You need to mimic something good. That's a different problem, right? And yeah, when we don't have people exemplifying good patterns. I mean, this is why I deeply agree with Dr. John Vervaeke, right? We don't need to make everybody wiser, but we need more wise men. Right. Very hierarchical, because he doesn't talk that way normally, but when he says that, he's expressing correctly the hierarchy and mimicry without probably realizing it quite so clearly. But that's why we liked his work, because we really saw the good parts of it and we're like, yes. And then he totally turned away from all the good parts and turned to the bad parts. Sally Joe claims she was never qualified for any job she ever had. No one is. I mean, jobs are for learning.
Yeah.
This is why they're able to fool people with the minimum wage trick, right? Like, the average age of a person making minimum wage is 30. It's actually true. The problem is there are no 30-year-olds making minimum wage. Oh, that's also true. Wait, how is this possible? Because math is dumb and you're easily fooled. And it's that simple, right? Everybody making minimum wage is really young or really old. And that does average out to the middle, which is roughly 30. That is true. Also, who cares? The average in that case is useless because the variance is something like 100%. And therefore, an average is an inappropriate way to measure something. When you have a high variance, averages are worthless. Doesn't matter what kind of average you use, a median or a mean, averages are worthless in high variance data sets. Sorry, just basic data science. And so what ends up happening, not for all cases, but for almost all cases. So what ends up happening is you're fooled by that stat very easily, right? And you don't realize, no. The reason why we have those minimum wage jobs is because they're very basic work, and either that's all you can handle because you're old, or that's all you want to handle because you're old and you don't need the work, which is usually the case with minimum wage workers. Don't need the work. It's the other trick they do. It's not a living wage. Yep. But the people who are getting that wage are already getting that wage and they're still alive. So the fact that it's not a living wage couldn't be a problem. Couldn't be. It's excluded from the set of possible problems already by definition, right? That's how they fool you, right? And so it just turns out that the other way you're doing minimum wage job is to learn how to do a job, which includes showing up on time because you're lazy and you're undisciplined, right? And so you're not worth that much money until you're not lazy and undisciplined.
Yeah.
And that's how you get out of the minimum wage job. And because in a flat world, of course it's a living wage, because all people only have work because they want to live. Work is a progressive thing, right? And you go from minimum wage job to high paying job to minimum wage job. That's how the cycle works. It's how it's supposed to work, right? Lots of people, maybe myself included, used to say like, oh, when I get older, I just want to work in a big bookstore at minimum wage. Yes. Also the perks of working in a big bookstore.
Right.
Also the pitfalls, which is why I should never be allowed near bookstores.
Yeah.
Ever.
I took an Uber from a guy today, and I'm pretty sure he was like an old retired guy. And he was like, he maybe took like 3 things, and he told me that I was going to be his last person that he was picking up, and it was like 1:30 p.m. And he was like, yeah, I'm just going to go home after this. And that's like, fair enough, man. Like, that's a good day. And I remember like there was one guy who was a career police officer, used to be municipal, then became private police, and he said, he was like, yeah, my hope is to just be a manager at a grocery store after this, and he's just like, he even said, he was like, yeah, when I was really young before I became a cop, I used to do that. It was good work, low impact and everything, and it would keep me busy. I'd have a little bit of funny money and everything, and otherwise just spend time with my wife. It's just like,
right.
Fair enough, man. Like you're like, pushing 70, like go for it.
Yeah, people don't realize the cyclicality of the world because we're not in touch with nature. And that's why we fall for ideologies. They're flat worlds. They give you an answer to the flat world, right? Ideologies will often say minimum wage is unfair. Wealthy people taking advantage. Wealthy people are not going to rip you off. You don't have enough money for them to be wealthy, for you to be ripped off by them. It's just a math problem, right? The way most people get wealthy is selling to businesses. Are they ripping off the businesses? Maybe. I don't know. I don't care about a business, or at least not a business big enough to be ripped off by them. And so who cares, right? But the people ripping you off are lawyers, right? And other people with, we'll say, millions or tens of millions of dollars who run scams and rip people off. That's who's ripping you off. It's not the billionaires of the world. Sorry. You don't have enough money. Like, you're just not doing the math on this.
So were there any questions about ideology that didn't get asked that you wanted to get asked?
Not that I can think of. I mean, I don't know. Why is this hard for all you people? It's about ideologies like they're the sun shining through the trees. Like, I don't understand. So I never know what people meant. Like, I really just clueless. I'm like, why is this hard again? Because it's not hard for me, but whatever. I mean, look, I grew up on the streets. Like, I slept in my car in the New England in the winter when I was like, I don't know, 17, 18, something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the things that keep you alive and safe are very obvious to me, and
Yeah.
they're not to anybody else anymore. Like, what happened to the world? You guys wouldn't last 10 seconds in your 1978 Chevy Malibu Classic and in the back in the winter in New England. You'd die immediately.
Oh,
It
man.
wouldn't even take a day. You'd probably spend like an hour and just decease yourself. Weaklings. You're all weak. Not you, Kessel. I know you personally are not weak in that way, but also a lot of other people are.
You ever hear about that guy? You know the dude that did the Dilbert cartoons? That what's his name?
Scott Adams.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That there was something that he talked about, and like the guy's still doing this, right? But like he had a book that I read like way long ago to call it out, like How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Come Out on Top or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like it was basically his life story. He just described all of the ways that he screwed everything up. But there was the one thing that he did where he was driving through New York in winter during a snowstorm, and he thought to himself, "I don't need a jacket because my car has heating." And then he's driving, and the car breaks down and shuts off completely, and then he starts getting cold. And then his next idea is, "I need to go walk for help." So he gets out of the car and just starts walking, and almost freezes to death when another car shows up and picks him up. And it's like he would have just died right there within the next hour if it wasn't for another person saving him. It's just
Right.
like, and he had multiple other scenarios like that, but that was the most dramatic one that I can remember.
Sally Joe, are any ologies not infected with the Ides? I don't. I mean, in a way, no, because it's built into the language. Like, this is what I mean by these things are obvious. Like, if you just take the language seriously, these problems vanish, right? And most of this is just like people taking the word social and the word justice and smashing it together and saying this has meaning when of course it can't. It's not possible. It's not within the frame of the language to have that capacity, right? And so an ology is a category, an ontology. Ology, right? Right. Then it's all right in the language, right? And it's idea based. That's why it's an ideology, right? It's an ideation. It's these are all they're all similar words for a reason. They're all getting at the same concept. And then if you just take that seriously, like a lot of these problems vanish. You know the world instantly, and then you can start using the words that people actually say and discerning exactly what they're talking about. We'll say unconsciously or subconsciously, and it's all very clear. This is why I'm always confused. I'm like, well, they actually said exactly what was going on. If you just listened to them and took them seriously and didn't rewrite what they wrote to you or said to you, then you wouldn't be in this situation. You enchanted yourself. They didn't enchant you. You enchanted yourself. Right? You should listen very carefully to what they were saying and take their words very seriously as though they meant every word they said exactly the way they said it. Right? And then look, there are exceptions. You can ask people for clarification. Right? But no, all ideologies are bad because that's what the word, it already refers to a bad thing. It's not necessarily bad, right? Like all sciences are based on an idea, and that's what determines the category. And they don't like that. That level of arbitrariness would freak them out, but also, and they've already run into it, right? So,
I mean, yeah, I mean, you have to
theology, yeah, already a problem, right? It's just, yeah, it's yeah. These are sciences. Theology, yep, already a problem. Ideology, yeah. Right, but I mean, they're sciences, right? Theology is just taking theological concepts and trying to ontologize them, which is, I mean, there's not no utility in it, but also you can't do that, almost certainly, right? And all true theologians basically are monks, and if you're not a monk, you can't be a theologian, because you can't do that work ever. It's not
Yeah.
possible. It's all participation.
But that's why, like, like St. Thomas's Sumo was just like private property of the Dominican order for like hundreds of years, and it's just like maybe it should have stayed that way because like they knew what to do with it. And then it got out to the rest of the Muppets, and then they thought that they understood it when it's like really, if you've got here's a proposal, here's 3 arguments for, here's 3 arguments against, and then here's a conclusion, and then that over and over again for thousands of pages. Like if you're doing that, and then you assumed that in that conclusion it was a definitive truth claim that he has covered the entirety of reality in just a few of these, questions, responses, objections, and conclusion, like that's not the same thing. Yes, you can surmise stuff that is true and make truth claims as a result of accessing that and other data and stuff, but like he explicitly said this is for beginners. And like, and I remember telling somebody that, and they were like, oh, well, like the real stuff must be super hard. It's like, no, like the real stuff is actually easy. Like there's simple answers for this stuff. You don't have to cut it up. And I was telling that student leader of that group as well, because he was asking, and like, fair enough, like he might actually be the type of person who would genuinely be interested in theology and not push it on other people and like be able to keep it in its place. And like he actually understood, like, yes, this only applies sometimes, and yes, you can reach the edge of theology and stuff. Like he already understood that. And but it's like, yeah, ultimately, like you're just I was kind of talking about like the faith and hope thing, and that aspect of like it's ridiculous in practice to try to separate those. And I would say,
Right.
This is a bad move. I'm about to do it to explain how bad it is by like giving the example.
Right.
And then I'll make the larger point after I screw that up in front of you so that you can see how this actually is supposed to function,
Right.
And he totally got it right away. It's like I figure, okay, maybe this guy might be in the 1% of the 1% who's allowed to do it as a hobbyist and like not as a public thing as like a professional or something like that. Because even he sees the edge of it, and like he's not a monk. And so
forbidden knowledge is real though, and
Yeah.
we don't. That's the concept we don't like.
Yeah.
I just want to go through this. Sociology is still just the science of society. Theology is the science of religious thought, effectively. Audiology is the science of auditory sensations or something, right? Cosmology is the science of the. Do you see the pattern? Right? Like the ologies of the sciences. That yes, all ontologies are science, right? And all ontology is categorization. That's why there's no such thing as a philosophy of science. All sciences are already under the bucket of philosophy. This is how the ancient Greeks did it. Like, I don't understand. This is what I mean by like, how is this not 1,000,000,000% clear to everybody? They said this explicitly. It's in the words. It's encoded in the language. And we just keep rejecting the language. And I'm like, and everybody goes, we need to fix the language. No, we need to fix you. You're the one that needs to be fixed. There's nothing wrong with the language. You keep thinking you can interpret it, and you can't. You need to just shut up and read the dictionary, preferably the one from like 50 or 70 years ago or whatever, because the new ones are changing every week now for some stupid reason. As if you can change the language every week. The language moves so fast, it changes. Stop. Just stop. If the language moves that fast, it's no longer a language. How's that? This isn't that hard. Like, this is what I mean. This is so easy. I'm like, why are people struggling with this? There's so many legit things to struggle with in life. Why is it this?
Are you going to show the last ology?
Yeah, I will. Next week, continued Muppetology. Well, I don't think there'll be a stream next week. So, although I could do a stream next week on the road, I'd have to bring. Actually, I could just use the camera from the laptop.
Well, the folks will have to do that study remotely.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm probably going to take the Friday off and try to enjoy myself somewhat or something.
The Muppetology.
Benjamin Franklin, look at this. See, people do this all the time. Okay, this is a postmodern move. You never step in the same river twice. Yeah. So what? That's yeah. See, you're using like less than half of what he said.
Hmm.
The problem is the whole story is far more interesting, right? Like you can't step in the same river twice. And even if you could, it wouldn't matter because you change and the river changes. That's actually really important. You change and the river changes. And if you leave stuff out, you end up in Vervaeke land misquoting Socrates saying, I know nothing, which certainly didn't happen. Like nobody, Socrates was not anywhere near stupid enough to say something that obviously dumb. And if you believed it, honestly, I don't know what to tell you. I don't care what your IQ is or how well educated you are. If you believe that Socrates said, I know nothing, then maybe do something else with your life because it's obviously a contradiction like that is not valid. And Socrates certainly didn't say anything like that. And it's just a misunderstanding from, I think it's the Phaedrus 21 or something. It's so dumb. Their words fail me on the dumbness. And that's the problem. Like, you can't just carve up the world however you want. You can't have a contradiction and eat it too. Paradoxes aren't real. They're an indication that a limit on your cognition or a limit on the system you're using for the world, right? Like, this isn't that hard. I don't know why people are just like, no, the world has to be. It's not that way. This isn't hard. It's just not. You're just wrong. It's okay. Lots of people are wrong about things all the time. It'll be fine. But also you're wrong and you need to like rethink things. That's all. Or maybe you can't. And that's okay too. Most things you can't think about. It'll be fine. Just go with somebody authoritative instead. And maybe they're wrong. And that's the breaks, kid. Like what a choice do you have?
Yeah.
Sally Joe. Luckily, Ben, you're not a dictionary. And so we are good. There we go.
I was thinking about it. I think you'll enjoy this week's readings for Moby Dick because he actually goes into there's an aspect of the doubloon. Like I'm not gonna like really give spoilers here, but there is an aspect of like doubloons have writing on them, and there is a chapter more or less dedicated to multiple characters giving their interpretations of the inscription and the imagery that's on it, and like there's a character that explicitly talks about the him using a book as like a decoder and then setting it aside and saying that like you have your place and like I give you the meaning. And like there's a lot of really interesting stuff that happens there with like people projecting themselves onto the writing and projecting their own predictions on other stuff. And then there's like another person using would you say like using zodiac signs and stuff to predict it like a calendar and like just a whole bunch of other stuff going on there, and it's done it's dramatized like a play again, and it was like, oh man, there's some really interesting stuff going on there. So I think we'll have a really good discussion about that. But when you just talked about that aspect about the dictionaries like constantly changing meaning and stuff, it's like, oh man, he totally covers this stuff in that book. It's amazingly well done.
I think he's going to cover every aspect of the
probably
meaning,
everything.
Yeah. And then everybody read this damn book except me, and they all missed it. It's like Plato's Republic all over again. I'm like, why do you get? You went to school and you studied Melville, and you totally missed the meaning crisis, and you're surprised. Get your money back. Like, I don't even know what to tell you. Or maybe you shouldn't have studied that. Maybe you should have gone to shop class. I don't know what to say. Like, what do you say? Like, this is why I didn't read the classics. This is why I deliberately did not read Plato's Republic, because I told myself years ago when I was young, I said, if I read this book, I'm going to be horribly disappointed in the world. I'm going to be pissed off at everybody who gives their interpretation of it from this point forward, and this is just going to make me angry. And I have been proven right ever since we did the book club on the Texas Wisdom Community YouTube channel. Like, I mean, I say it, and there are many times I'm so pissed off that people told me, what the allegory of the cave is, and they couldn't be more wrong about anything if they tried. Impossible. There isn't more wrong statements than what people say Plato's allegory of the cave is. It's just absolutely the opposite of what he says on every possible aspect. And it's just like, how did you do this? This has to be deliberate or you're possessed. Like, there's no other way. Like, being mistaken is one thing, but being exactly counter to the text takes talent and deliberation. It's not a random occurrence. That's another thing people don't understand. I'm like, no. There's wrong and there's mistaken. Anybody can be mistaken about anything at any time. This isn't even interesting at some point, right? People are mistaken all the time. But when you reverse what is said in the text, there almost certainly, mathematically speaking, there has to be something else going on. So those aren't the same thing. There's lots of ways to get something. There's lots of ways to be mistaken about something. But there's only one way to be completely wrong about it. And those are not the same condition. And so when you see somebody being completely wrong about something, that should be a red flag. And for some reason, it isn't, which is amazing to me. I'm like, I don't understand why this isn't clear to everybody, but it isn't. I mean, fair enough. Just shocking to me.
Too much stuff to be mad about. Just the amount of things that when you just go and actually read them, it's too much. Oh my goodness. Like,
well, Melville's been amazing so far. Ishmaelville, by the way.
Yeah.
Your genius continues. I love it. Ishmaelville is quite the author.
It's interesting that there's also this aspect of, like, because people aren't getting the actual stuff that the author put in the text there, like, it winds up selling it really short too. Like, I always got the impression that Moby Dick was an incredibly boring book, and like there were people that said that it was an incredibly boring book as well, and it's like, that's not been my experience.
There's nothing boring in this book. That's the other thing. It's like Plato's Republic. If you did not laugh while reading Plato's Republic, don't read anything ever again. Like, your reading comprehension is very low. I know you've probably been told very low. Melville's the same way. Like, if you don't laugh out loud while reading those words, your reading comprehension is low.
Yeah,
there's some stuff in there that's just, you've got to be kidding me. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. It's so funny, and he's so genius with it too. Like, it's really clever humor.
Yeah, there's some stuff this week. Like, I'm not gonna tell you, but it's not as funny as last week, but it's still good stuff, And
last week was pretty next level. Yeah, it was the funniest part of the book.
I don't know if he could top that, but
yeah, it's probably not topped in the book. It wouldn't need to be. Like, you only need one section that funny, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, boring. I can't imagine this book. If you thought Melville's boring, then you probably just have a really low reading comprehension level. It's fine, like most people do. Like, this literacy, everybody, there's a point to that. I hope to get to that on December 4th, by the way. That'll be interesting, because there's all this scholarly debate over who was literate and what literacy meant, and whether or not it was as, quote, as bad as, we'll say, the recent timers believe, and all that. And maybe my guest will have some insight on that. But I'm also like, most people, they just shouldn't have books. Like, they can't handle them. They can't handle Plato. And one of the things I think I tweeted it out today was, it does us no good to teach the Western canon if we corrupt it. And we've definitely, like, Plato, I'm like, dog, like, you people, this should be death penalty stuff in my mind. Like, what are you doing? Like, you can't teach people that. Plato didn't say that at all. He said the opposite. What are you doing? Why are you telling people this? This is off. This is not what the book is explicit about that. You can argue there's holes in Plato somewhere or whatever. You could argue that, whatever. I don't care. Not these. These aren't ambiguous. There's nothing ambiguous about the allegory of the cave. It's 100% clear. It's built into the structure of the book what it means. Everything in the beginning of a quote book, we would call them chapters probably, in the Republic, is something he's going to destroy as garbage. Like, it's always true. It's the whole structure of the entire text.
Yeah.
And then everyone's holding it up like Plato says this. And I'm like, not only does he not say that, not only is he the opposite of that, but also this is the thing he's destroying. I don't know why you think. What are you doing?
Yeah. And some of the stuff, like I was thinking about, somebody outright told me that I got the wrong message from a book, and they're probably correct.
Okay.
And I'm fine with that. But I realize, like, you give like, to the point of like the forbidden knowledge stuff, you give a book to someone who is going to read what they're going to read into that book. And
Right.
they're going to come away with some conclusions, and maybe they'll actually, like, in my case, I understood the message that the book had. So there was a book that this guy recommended to me called The Richest Man in Babylon. And he was like, "Oh, you gotta check this out because it's a financial book, but it's told through like an allegory of a guy who is the richest man back in the ancient city of Babylon, describing how he became so wealthy and how he maintains his wealth and everything." So the whole idea is he goes and he describes his money, whatever the currency is, as if he has a whole bunch of slaves under his control or under his authority, and when he goes and he makes investments, because that's how he's so rich, is he receives money from people. He's a lender. He lends out to people. He discerns and discriminates very well against who he's going to lend to and who he's not going to. Like we were talking about before, really choosing the people that are actually going to be pleasant to do business with. Right. He does that. He gives the stuff out, but his mentality is, when I send out my slaves, the currency, that it's going to come back to me greater every time that you do it. It's like, that's a good message. But also, when I read that, and I thought, oh, well, I'm also going to contrast that with my whole aspect of when I invest in something to revivify something. And I realize, like, because that's where most of my investments go to. It's not looking for returns, but that something needs to be revivified. I need to throw money at that in a calibrated manner so that it can do that, and no one's going to pay me back. Right. The repayment is in the aspect of, now this thing works, or this thing is better, or whatever. And so I explained to the guy who recommended to me the book that basically the way that I send my slave currency is that I do it like the Egyptian pyramids things, and they're disposable. They go out and they do the thing, and then they expire, and the structure or whatever is revivified or built. And then, like, they don't come back. Like, I didn't expect them to come back. They did what they were supposed to. And, like, maybe I'm not a good authority to assuming these little currencies had sentience. But, like, I got, in his opinion, the wrong message from that book. I understood what the thing was.
No. You get the right message from the book. Yeah. He got the wrong message from the book. Because it's a pattern, right? And the outcome, like patterns don't guarantee outcomes. This is where people get confused. The pattern is the thing that's stable in spite of inputs and outputs. It's totally backwards from the way we think. Right, because we're very materialistic, and so we're oriented. Actually, we're materialistic and flat world, so we're oriented towards outcomes. And it's like, well, but starting points matter, and patterns are the things that determine outcomes with a given starting point. And there's nothing that works that way. Like, you can't say, if I do this, I'll always get this outcome. That's not how that works. And that's, the pattern is correct though, and all you did was say, well, I want this outcome. I'm going to use this pattern. I just need to change the expectation.
Yeah.
And then I use the pattern perfectly intact with the same starting point, and I get what I want. Right. And the other guy goes, you didn't get the right outcome, and therefore you misread the message of the book. It's like, no, I got the message of the book. Yeah. You didn't. You got the flat world ideal of the book, you think. But that, speaking of books, while you're here, so we've been thinking about more book clubby things.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
12 Rules for Life.
Okay. I read it.
Pragmatist approach. Yeah. Yeah. And then, of course, one of my problems is I got to read this book, which I haven't read yet. I started it though. And then, of course, the big problem with books is look what came in the other day.
Oh yeah, there you go. I saw the announcement. I was like, yeah, people are gonna have that.
Well, I had ordered it, in March or whatever when it was pre-order, and then get all confused because I had charged it on the different credit card, and I'm like, why is Amazon what Amazon.com? Is that really Amazon or is this a spoof? Who's charging me this money? And then I was like, oh, I couldn't correlate it in the Amazon list.
Yeah.
Because of the way they list it, like again, like bad software. Like, can't you just show me my orders in order of billing so that I know that this money went to this product? And
Yeah.
there was all this dust up. They had to give me a discount. They did this last time I pre-ordered. They had to give me a discount because it ended up being cheaper somewhere else. And they automatically do that, which is very nice of them, but also pain in the ass because I couldn't trace the money. I'm like, why is this money being charged to this card? What's going on? So yeah, it was kind of a ridiculous thing.
Why not a book club on We Who Wrestle with God? I mean, I've only read 12 Rules for Life, and probably minimal. Like I got front to back, right? But like when I say that I read Maps of Meaning, right? Like you know what I mean. But like those are the only two. I think I don't think I did 12 more. I think, but are you thinking like next October when Language of Creation ends, or?
I might do it separate track, but I won't do it this year.
Okay.
Like, there's no time this year for me to get organized enough to do something organized. But I would do it. It would be my I haven't done a book club actually.
Yeah.
Right. They're all Manuel's pretty much, which is fine, or other people's. Yeah. They're never mind. The other one was Danny's. Right. Republic was Danny's. He just said, I want you to do this. And I was honored. So I did it. Yeah. Despite not wanting to read the Republic at all, right? For reasons we went over earlier. But I did it because I thought it was like that was a real honor to be asked to do. Like, that's a big task. And I regret nothing, right? Obviously. Yeah. I'm actually very grateful that Danny forced me to read the book. But yeah, I'm thinking of doing this as a separate track. And then if Jesse ever gets through whatever all the hell he's going through, then we're going to do this Matrix thing. And then a follow on to that, we're going to do in a private, probably paid session, because this is going to be a lot of time consuming work, based on the Matrix. And, do you really want to know this rabbit hole? We need barrier to entry because people you don't understand how much trouble you can get yourself in once you understand what's happening in the movies or the book, but mostly the movies right now, right? Because that's the main form of enchantment. So I think 12 Rules for Life, a pragmatist guide, right? Like how to implement this would be a fun thing to do. Yeah. And I'm toying with the idea of making that private and paid and stuff. But for now, I just want to, kind of figure out if that's something people are interested in. And, look, anybody's interested, comment in the live chat, or better yet, in the comments below. Just so I can keep track of how many people might want to be involved in that. And then, yeah, I mean, we'll probably run it on the StreamYard or something. I don't know. I'll figure it all out. But yeah, I mean, that's something where with a book like that, and this is part of the reason why I'm like, oh no, I have a bunch of reading to catch up on, because I want to get through We Who Wrestle with God, right? I want to get through it. It's 500 freaking pages, though. I know it's a complete catastrophe. I'm like, no, dude. I like 12 Rules for Life. I thought that was a good format. It's a good length. And I thought you were going to continue that pattern. And apparently we're completely off the rails. So we'll see how far off the rails. He might not be far enough off the rails that it matters. But Beyond Order was a bit much too. I was like, I don't like this as much as 12 Rules. But we'll see. I mean, he's on his own little person. His talk with Ben Shapiro is very interesting, by the way. Very interesting talk. Yeah. Wow. There's so much there.
I haven't checked on Ben in forever.
Yeah, it was a Sunday special. I think it's on Peterson's channel too. I watched it on Ben's channel because it's a Sunday
Okay.
special. But I don't like to see struggle like that publicly, but also, and it's also, I'm like, man, listen, Peterson, bro, hit me up. I'll set you up, bro. Take a couple hours. We'll just have a chat. I'll get you all straight and narrow. Yeah, he reinvents Plato. I'm like, oh my God, why? Why are you doing this? I've got a whole series of videos too that I wanted, or maybe just one big one, but I want to talk about like the difference between, my attitude is, why haven't, I before I read something, I can go into it with one of two attitudes, right? I'm going to read this and take the author's word for it, or not that, which is any number of other things we'll say. And I'm always, I'm just going to go in and go along with the author. I'm not going to question the author's framing. I'm not going to, why? Right. Now I might finish the book and evaluate it like To Kill a Mockingbird, and then say, yeah, this is a bad book and poor framing because the message is misshapen for what the real message should be, right? Because you read To Kill a Mockingbird correctly, not the way the author intended, by the way, for sure. You realize, oh, corruption is real in the justice system. It's been there forever. It's never going away because people are people. And people would rather believe a comfortable, easy to believe lie than to face up to the consequences of the imperfect world. And, it's not some social justice tome about how unfair everything is. And because it was written through the eyes of an 8-year-old or something, right? It's misframed. And it may be that the author didn't intend it that way. Maybe that the author actually intended, no, here's how an 8-year-old parses the world, and therefore. But I don't think so, right? And there's not enough context to get that out of it. And so I actually don't think people should read that book at all, because it gives you a very warped message. But when I read it, I didn't have that attitude. I'm still angry at Mr. O'Rourke, by the way, for making us read Sounder. Only because we had to read Sounder because it was part of the book list thing. And he was like he made us do the work. Like we had to take it seriously, just like we did with Call of the Wild, which is, by the way, the best book ever written, in case anybody's curious. And so like I got really invested in good writers and good writing, right? And we did To Kill a Mockingbird too, but like we did Sounder, and Sounder's a horrific book. It's not well written. It's just everything about it's terrible. But like we had to put in the work and take it seriously. And then at the end, he was like, yeah, that book was terrible, but I had to do it. I had no choice. I pushed back. They wouldn't let me. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. You made me care about that stupid freaking... I'm still angry. I'm not getting over it. I'm going to die angry at Mr. O'Rourke for that. But everything else in every other way made me a much better writer, which, invaluable. Like, oh, well, we had to learn Sounder and care about it, even though it was a horrible book. Fair enough. Yeah, and it's hard. I mean, a lot of people get the wrong lessons out of these books. Like Flowers for Algernon, man, burned into my brain in the beginning of that book because it's just the really important message right in the beginning. I think the rest of the book is kind of whatever, but the very beginning of the book, like where they're making the donuts, and he's noticing they make the donuts procedurally differently, but he's a moron. He's retarded, right? He's got a mental condition.
Yeah,
that lesson was huge for me. That was a whopping lesson. Like an absolutely whopping lesson. I'm like, oh, right. Because there's attention rules the world right there. Right. And it's ironic, right? Because the lesson there is he's paying attention to the method, not the outcome. And so he can't see that the method doesn't matter as much to the outcome as you think. And you're trying to follow up an exact method. You're getting two methods. And so you can't pick one. Right. You're in choice paralysis mode. It would have been better off if only one of them made donuts in front of you, and then you know exactly how to make them because you just follow that one pattern. You can't, the patterns are always there for me. Like it's not like I learned my way into it, right? They've always been like right there, front and center. So very lucky in that.
Yeah. Do you think with the 12 Rules for Life book club, is that something that you would want to run? I guess would that still be kind of taking up like whatever the like the Moby Dick slot or the Language of Creation slot in terms of like us participating in it?
I wouldn't think that initially, but I'm open to ideas. So
Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily suggesting those. I was just wondering, like, if that's
yeah. No, my plan was to run it parallel and independent.
Okay.
Rather than because maybe Manuel wants to do another book club and keep that slot.
Yeah.
Right. Out of respect, I'd be like, yeah, you should do that. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to step on other people's projects if I can help it. I mean, it's going to happen someday, but for now, we don't have that problem. So we used to have that problem. We're on the Awakening for the Meaning Crisis server. We had problems like that all the time because too many people learning too many things and nobody wanted to cooperate. So everybody would schedule without checking with other people, and nobody wanted to lead anything, or people wanted to lead and then they wouldn't do the work, or people wouldn't follow good leaders. That was a different problem. But we had all of those problems on that server. These are not uncommon problems in online communities either. It's very old, well understood problems. Unlike what some people in other quote communities that aren't communities may tell you, online community things that is a very old problem, totally solved. The fact that you can't solve it just means you're a rebel and you don't want the solutions that work. You want solutions that can't be made to work, that we know can't be made to work, because it's a very old space online. Very old. It is decades and decades old. And it follows all the same rules as meat space. And the reason why you can't get along in meat space is the same reason why you'll never get along in online space. Sorry. It's not that hard. Right. Like you're an outcast because you refuse to be anything but. It's not everybody else's fault. So yeah, I mean, with the book club stuff, and I want to do a pragmatic approach. Like, what does this mean for my life sort of thing, rather than, and language creation isn't, we'll say, geared towards this so much, although you make an argument that it is. Language creation isn't for that, right? It's for linking abstractions to lower abstractions. That's what it's for, right? Because that's how you learn symbolism through a book. Maybe the worst way to do it, I don't know. It's a way to do it though, and we're doing it, so fair, and we're making progress, like fair enough. But like 12 Rules for Life is very pragmatic. And so it's like, maybe you're not cleaning your room, or maybe your room is clean. What else do you need to do that follows that pattern? That would be my way of approaching 12 Rules for Life.
Okay.
So it'd be 12 patterns for life by the time I get done.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that being, the same way that like language of creation has been very helpful for me personally, like just being able to improve things. I think that would be a good thing to really drill deeper in that, think about some of the implications, and then give some practical tips and maybe actually practice them and then exemplify them. I think would be very useful.
Oh my goodness, Castle. Why does this happen to me? Okay, Benjamin, let's play. Before capitalism, no such thing. Where is this mystical, magical, psychic space dragon called capitalism? You have no definition of capitalism. Oh my God, I hate this. People who could not cooperate with the tribe would die. No, that's not true. After capitalism, techno-capital will extract all your labor to keep you alive. This is so stupid. It's just dumb. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing is subjective. No, goodness and badness are never subjective. Why do you have all the opposite of the right takes? Like, how do you manage that? Do you just spend like all your time figuring out what the opposite of correct is and implement that perfectly every time? Because I'm beginning to wonder. It's amazing. It's amazing. I have a definition of capitalism on my channel, right? This isn't that hard, right? The easiest way to understand capitalism is equal access to capital, to the value of capital. In other words, your gold and the king's gold are worth the same trading value. That's what capitalism is. There's been a measure of capitalism in every society since the dawn of time. It's not a mystical, magical, psychic space dragon that came around at a certain time and changed the world. That didn't happen. It's just an expression of something. They call me wrong man. Well, I do anyway. Maybe everyone should. That's a different live stream. Oh,
he might actually just be like a genius, just actually just immediately just thinks up the
reverse genius,
reverse of everything, and just drops it here because he knows
it could be. It could be. Oh my goodness! Look at this.
Oh wow.
Michelle, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That's most appreciated around the holidays in particular. Of course, I can't read anything because of this stupid monocle. Oh, look at that. If I close my eyes, better. It seems that mimetic ideologies prioritize the best act, especially at the cost of seeing our nakedness mirrored in others. How can one see constraints, enchanting awe when it's always unfolds creation's potential in being? Child, thanks. Boy, that's Michelle, you've gotten so much better at this. It's like amazing. It's an amazing question. Yeah, I mean, what do you think, Kelsey? You want to have a stab at it first?
I need a moment because I think this might be slightly related to a comment I made on a previous stream of yours, but I'm just.
Oh yeah, this is related to a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. So you go ahead. I'm going to see if I can prepare a response.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're mimetic creatures, and I know I have to do stuff on mimicry. It's just I'm so far behind on absolutely everything, and I'm ill motivated and sick as a dog. So the illnesses really don't help. And if I have to see my family acting and behaving the way they have been lately, I'll never get anything done again. I'll die of depression of being allegedly related to such vile creatures. We're mimetic creatures, and that's why things like ideologies are attractive. We need simple things to copy. And we think that's not what's happening, but actually that's all that's happening. And the ideology is actually only supplying a rationalization for that mimicry. Oh, I should copy this because it makes sense, we'll say logically or rationally or reasonably. All three of those are related. They're not the same thing, but they're close. And you're right. Ideologies usually point to, or directly or indirectly, a best act, right? Or a best way to be, or a best way of being. And they cover up our flaws for us because they blame our flaws on the institutions or the systems or, wealthy people or whatever. Capitalism, the psychic space dragon that Benjamin Franklin loves so much, apparently. Yeah, I mean that's the first part of that. How can one see constraints, enchanting awe, right? When it's always unfolds creation. Yeah, look. The only way you don't see the enchanted realm, the enchanted world that you live in, the only way you don't see enchantment is if you don't understand the constraint. Right? Because once you understand, like, just the constraint of biology, and people are struggling with this right now. You can just listen to these big-brained retards, because they are, and you'll hear them struggling with it right now. When does consciousness begin? This is the dumbest question that could possibly exist, right? Being, life, is a miracle. Bang, I solved it. When did the miracle happen? Who the freaking hell cares? I noticed the miracle differently from when you noticed that miracle. Oh, well, look, I solved it again. I must be the smartest person ever to live. No, this is just stupid and easy. And this is the problem. Like, when you understand, you can do this with anything. You know what else is technically a miracle that actually cannot be scientifically explained? Freaking gravity, bro. For real. When did gravity begin? Well, you see, there's this big bang. Oh, no, wait. It's string theory, and there's a brain that hits another brain. I'm like, stop. Right? When you understand the constraints of gravity, let's understand the constraints. Forget about gravity. Let's understand the constraints of space-time. And I struggled with this for years. This is going to sound terrible. I'm going to tell the stupid, terrible story anyway. I struggled with this for years. I had a book. I probably still have it. It's a book on relativity by Einstein. It's a white cover. I think it's got red writing, red and black writing, maybe. And I read the stupid book. It's not long. It's like 90 pages or something. It's a tiny book. I read the stupid book, and I went, I don't get it. I must be missing something. And for years, I struggled with the book. And it turned out, no, I got the entire book. I got the whole thing. It was just easy. At the end of the day, relatively easy. All it says at the end of the day is that you and I can't have the same experience because we can't occupy the same space at the same time. It's actually all relativity says. I mean, there's a bunch of math to back up why this is true. That the math is different, right? That's a map. Totally different. So what's a miracle? It's a miracle that we experience the same world at all ever. The miracle's happening now. Because the world is constrained. And once you see the constraint, you're like, oh my goodness, there's miracles all over the place. Yes, correct. And as long as you don't go, I have to know that, then there's no one there to say, I know how you can know that, and suck you into their ideology. Yes, as long as you just accept that there's lots of miracle. And maybe it's a miracle to you and something else isn't a miracle to someone else, the same event or whatever. And maybe that's okay because you don't have to be equal to them. And maybe the fact it's not a miracle to them makes their life miserable. And maybe it doesn't, but I don't care. Like, what? This is none of my business. And so that's how you see the miracle. You recognize the constraint and the miracle appears. It's not that hard. What do you think, Castle? You want me to put it back up or do you got it?
I think I got it. I'm just making one quick note. So, okay, so one of the things that came up for me is this aspect of I kind of made a partial bit of a comment that I did on a previous last week's stream. I think it was where I was talking about the whole aspect of like the people going out of their way to redeem the prostitute or the person who had done something that was, socially unacceptable. And then, and they go and they say, oh, well, this person did this one good thing and therefore, they're perfectly fine or now they're a saint or something like that. And it's like, it's not to completely deny the possibility that that person can, in fact, be redeemed or whatever, but there's a usurpation happening on the part of the person who's trying to do the redeeming, like outside of their official capacity. And so you have this aspect of like, you say here, the mimetic ideology is prioritizing the best act, especially at the cost of seeing our nakedness. And one of the things I said was that there's a vicarious projection taking place. So a person goes and sees, oh, here's this person who's below me that, of course, I can help. Like, ideally, I can go in and I can solve this problem and I can be the hero for this person who didn't ask. And I will redeem them and I'll show how, oh, this person can now actually be totally okay because I forgave their right. I set up the constraints myself on my terms, and then you completely forget the fact that it's like that person has to undergo a refinement process. And if you're trying to skip that, and especially if you're projecting this onto someone who by all, kind of visible accounts is below you, at least status wise, that when you do that, there's kind of an implicit sort of aspect of, oh, well, I'm going to do this to them. And maybe like, I haven't been redeemed yet, but I'm going to take onto myself the power of redemption, do that for them. And then like, look, it worked for this person who's below me. Like, how much greater am I for being able to do this? And so it's like, yeah, that person, like the prostitute or whoever, like, yes, they absolutely, like, that person can become a great saint, like, if they really want it. Like, and it's not necessary for them to follow the example of someone who was exactly that way. Like, this is something that a lot of people miss with, like, Saint Mary Magdalene. People go and they say, oh, she's the patron saint of recovered prostitutes. And so does not mean that she herself was a prostitute. Doesn't mean that she wasn't either, but the important thing is, like, right. Magdala was basically like the red light district type of place. So, like, you could just be unfortunately born in that area, or you lived in that area because you were broke, and then people just say, oh, all the people from there are prostitutes or whatever.
Right.
But also, like, those people who are trying to not be prostitutes anymore need someone to look to who is your person, who ministers to you or gives you the example. And they don't have to be this. That was like, Saint Teresa of Lisieux was a cloistered nun. She died at like the age of 25 or something like that. Patron saint of fighter pilots, German and English fighter pilots both had her picture, and the medics on the ground had her picture, in their whatever their satchels or on the cockpit or whatever. And it's like, you have enemy combatants with the same patron saint. She never flew a plane. She never went anywhere. Like, she didn't do that stuff. But so you can have this aspect of, yes, the person is above you. Yes, the person above never actually did the thing. And like, there is a co-redemptive, not flattening like an even level, but like co-producer or whatever. Like, maybe that person donated $1 compared to, another person's millions or whatever. But you can have the sort of with aspect, and yes, you can advocate or you can set the example or something, but that doesn't get rid of the work that the other people have to do. And so that's one aspect of the sort of prioritizing the best act. They think, oh, this worked for this one person, and therefore now we can just replicate it over and over and over again. We can just do that process. And it's like, no, it's not a factory. You can't do that. And you can't skip steps either.
Right.
And it's like, maybe you can skip a step here and there based on context or something like that. But it's like, that's not really a thing. And then as far as...
Hold on. Let me stop you there real quick. So I just want to say, I didn't even think of that. That's a good negative contrast, right? Ignoring the constraints, right? And then making the miracle appear by ignoring the constraints, right? No. She didn't change. Like, still a prostitute. Deleted the OnlyFans account the day before the interview. Obviously not saved at that point, right? Because you're saved if the things all happen together, sort of, right? Not oh, this will look bad and therefore I better, right? It's a clear error, right, of forced miracle, where there's no miracle because the constraints are not met. Like, they're not there. She's still doing what she's doing. Nothing's changed. And they're pretending like something's changed to force the miracle. But anyway, I just wanted to congratulate on that. That was well done. Please continue.
Thank you. And so I mean, there is that, and of course there's a compression of time aspect too of this kind of thing. Like, oh, we want that instant gratification of, oh, the person underwent refinement and is now okay, and like that all happened really quickly. It's like, no, sorry, like that probably takes years and years, or martyrdom, or like some other sort of thing that it's like, yes, you can accelerate that if you like. Maybe it's actually not up to you either. Like, maybe the context allows for that acceleration and then you accept it or something like that. But that's not something that you can choose, and ultimately you can't choose that for another person. Like, you can't martyr someone as like after the fact and be their advocate. You know, like you can martyr someone by killing them, and then like you're the bad guy, but you can't be like, oh well, I'm deciding that this was a martyr. It's like no, there's lots of people who got killed for stuff that also weren't martyred.
Right.
So the context is important there. And then I was thinking about this other aspect. So I'm not sure if I fully understood until you gave your. I'm still not going to claim to fully understand the second half of the question, but I understood a little better the this aspect of that seeing the constraints and then the miracle appears. And I think of that thing where you get those guys that are like, you know, they have kids or something like that. They're like, you'd never have kids, or like just some sort of ridiculous thing because they're focused on the days when they didn't have the constraint and like they didn't have the additional sort of responsibilities that go with that. And so all they're seeing is the fact that, oh, it was better when I didn't have constraint. And so
Right.
like it's not even the constraint itself that they're recognizing. It's that it's the presence of an incoming or present constraint that they refuse to look at. That is kind of like oppressing them, like, you know, it's behind them as a judge in a sort of way.
Right.
And but if they actually went and like attended to it, then they would realize that, yeah, like the one commentary that you did where it's like, oh, you didn't lose that time, like you actually gain something. Or there's also the sacrifice aspect of I am making an exchange, or there is a
Right.
There's a trade-off that's happening here. And so there's those things, and there's the aspect of also you know, like I love to use Jordan Peterson's analogy from the Exodus series where he talks about like taking on the constraints to be able to play chess. And that without those constraints, like there is no game. It's just these
Right,
little
right.
objects on a board. And like there's not anything there. But through that condescension, you're able to get an enormous number of possible moves and possible games and continued iterations and a possibility for participation with at least one other person and that sort of thing. And
Yeah, the submission to the rules.
Yeah.
Enables the game.
Yeah.
Right. In other words, the constraint enables the awe. It's not right. It's not holding back infinite awe. Right. It's enabling any awe.
Yeah. Because then if you have infinite awe, like that's just like the worst case scenario, like Lovecraftian nightmare. You know, where it's just
Well,
like,
yeah, Vervaeke talks about that, right? The axis between awe and horror. Yes. And it's mostly a matter of attitude, not entirely, but almost entirely a matter of attitude. Right. Also capacity. And that's why forbidden knowledge is important. And that's why forbidden knowledge and children are both themes in the Republic driving the text. Nobody mentions that either. Like, oh, but yeah, I mean, it's really important. Like constraint is how things manifest.
Yeah. I think, you know, and there's this aspect of like overstepping or over projecting, which of course like happens very, very often. But I was thinking about this with the respect of like, you know, you said, especially with the child aspect, focusing on being like when, you know, it ultimately doesn't really matter when the consciousness is there, but there is this interesting thing that I was thinking about with, you had that old thing where there was like I forgot which guy, it doesn't really matter, but the guy who was like, oh, all creatures have a vestigial tail, you know, and he goes and like his whole thing was it was a drawing. He made a drawing, never saw anything or anything, drew it, and then just copied it like 20 times and just labeled different things underneath it and then claimed that as truth. And he was like, oh, this is just what that is. And then it's just like, and there are people who still believe this. Like there was some obstetrician that like talked about how people asked like, oh, where's the tail? And he had to explain to them that that was all nonsense. And like they're looking for the tail of their own child in an ultrasound setting. It's just like he has to explain to them, no, that was actually never true. And then you get this aspect of like not only it's this complete bypass of the veil. So, you know, it's like, oh, I'm just going to make up the thing that's under there, you know, whatever it is. And it's like, you know, people, I'm sure even with like kind of the prostitute thing, Like the word for the stuff that's on the internet actually means like the drawing of the prostitute. That's like it's basically it's what bullets are to knives, where it's just like it's it's impurity at a distance or violence at a distance. Like it's basically there's an analogy there, but people are kind of trying to do that. They're overstepping these layers or steps that you have to go through, and say you do that scientifically and like get a better image of this thing. And so I saw something recently, and I saw like a few examples of it, but there's this thing, and I didn't like go into a whole research thing of it, but there was this interesting thing where they had an actual like multiple videos of like the moment of a sperm and an egg becoming like the zygote, and like that there's actually like, and on these cameras that they're watching this on, there's always like a flash of light that actually takes place as soon as that happens.
Yeah.
And like I saw a few of those from like different sources, and they're like using similar sort of stuff, and it's like really like we started from like people using drawings, and then there was like very low resolution stuff, and the higher resolution the stuff is, the more it just continues to reaffirm all the stuff before the nonsense drawings.
Yep.
And it's like there you go. But you see that aspect of like the third thing. There was something that I won't get too far into this, but I saw something where there was an argument being made of a it was like if the third thing comes as a result of the two things, then it's necessarily lesser or something like that.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, there's an aspect of that, but there's also like, okay, the fact that there's another thing is also like there's something really good about that. Like, why I don't understand why it has to be this whole debate of like, oh, now we're putting the other two in like opposition to it or something like that. Like that was something that I saw. Yeah.
How do I identify a flat world? Opposition every time. Yep. Right? Like life is a power struggle between the haves and have. It's flat world. Like it's not that. It's an ideology.
Yeah.
Right. Like all the ologies, biology. It's an ology. It's an ideology. It's still labeled ideology, right? Bio ideology. Sure. It's the same thing. And then there's the miracle. All right. The miracle is biology can't explain the origin of life, and there's this weird flash of light. And it's not within materialism to explain. There's no explanatory power in materialism that will get you there. And that's only one of many miracles, right? Because there's Michael Levin's work, which is just dumb, but like, how do cells differentiate? We don't know that. There's no way to explain it using materialism. There's no explanation for it. And you can take those cells and manipulate them and form something that moves but isn't life. Right? Levin would call it life maybe, but he's an idiot. So of course he would. Isn't that hard though? Right? We know what being is, and we know what not being is. And the fact that you can, make frog legs jump after they're dead is the same thing as rearranging the cells differently. I mean, he doesn't want to believe that, but it is. And that's the problem. Like, you take living cells that have electricity and don't know how to differentiate because you did that to them on purpose, making you God. Don't play God. Somebody must have written that down somewhere in a book. And then nobody would have read it anyway. And if they did, they would have misinterpreted it. Doesn't matter. And then like you go, oh, did they have electricity in them? Yeah, they always did. Why is this interesting? I don't understand why you didn't predict this, because I could have. Why is this interesting? So what? They formed something that you think of as life because you have a poor definition of life. And then you think it's impressive because you haven't seen it before.
Yeah. And like that happens over and over again in like the zombie movies and stuff too. They're like, oh, like he's alive again, and then you just get eaten. It's just like straight to the neck every time.
Right. Well, in zombie movies are nice because they're full of these inherent contradictions.
Yeah.
Right. Like you kill something and it still moves. It's like,
Yeah.
well, yeah, this is Michael Levin. Michael Levin's just making zombies and he doesn't understand it. Right? Yeah, the matter's rearranged in a way that it's animated, but it's missing all the important parts. And then it goes seeking all the important parts in the things that are still animated. And if it gets them, it doesn't work. Right, because you're a lesser creature. And then somehow there's this contradiction where you kill it twice and then it's dead. It's like, no, the key is to kill it twice.
Yeah.
What? How does that make sense?
But
it is correct. Like it's not wrong. It's just starting from a bad principle. And so you have to fix it with another bad principle. That's that double flipping we were talking about in the Language of Creation book club.
Yeah. It's like, it's not okay to kill this guy, but if he's already dead, then you can totally go and kill him. It's like,
right.
It's not only okay, it's actually very cool if you do that. It's just like,
when some of the zombie movies and tropes, if you die of natural causes, you don't become a zombie. It's only if you die of unnatural causes.
Yeah.
Those are rare, but also like way more consistent. Like I like that way more consistent. Like if materialism kills you, you're not dead. Yeah. If another person, which is materialism, kills you, you're not dead. You're not all dead. You're only mostly dead. You can go to Magical Max and get rejuvenated there.
I want to mention, so all right, Benjamin Franklin has one comment about mantis shrimp. I love mantis shrimp. I just want to talk about a mantis shrimp for a moment.
When a mantis shrimp hits an object with its bludgeoning arm, it produces light because the force is so great. Yeah, so we know why that is. So what?
So I just want to mention, so the cool thing about mantis shrimp is because they do have just like, it's this little ball fist, right? It's like having like a little mace on a skinny little arm. And they whack stuff, like that's how they hunt, is they just like uppercut it really, really quick. And it actually does happen at the force of a 22 caliber bullet. So this is like a shrimp, like just like a little shrimp is just basically like hitting something with a 22 every time it punches. Yep. And so like, I just wanted to mention that those shrimp are like really cool. They also come in two variations. There's also a spear version and like same force, but it doesn't bludgeon it. It just stabs. But also just want to kind of mention, because it seems like they're producing light. Like there's not the force of a 22 caliber bullet happening when the sperm enters the egg.
Right.
Like, I just want to
right.
kind of point that
right.
out.
You can't put all the things that produce light into the same category and start drawing parallels. That's an invalid way of thought. I think your brain is broken and you probably need a new one. I suggest in a case like this, the easiest thing to do is amputation, just below the chin. That'll solve it for all of us. We'll all be better off. I promise. Yeah, it's just, can you even kill a zombie if it isn't alive? That's what I was talking about with the inherent contradiction in zombie, the idea of zombies. And yet it's not wrong. Like, yet go to Edinburgh, Scotland, you'll see zombies. They're walking around. Their eyes are looking straight ahead. They're not paying attention to what's around them because it's a gorgeous city. I mean, it's too bad. It's too bad. I don't know, Cass. I think we're going to wrap it up. I know it's way past your bedtime.
I'm satisfied, but I'm on vacation.
Oh, that's true. But you should keep a regular sleeping pattern.
This is
irrespective. I'm gonna do something with my sleep paper again soon. I gotta find Sanjuro. He's an MI. He's like, I don't know. He says he's got a family or something. I don't know what that's about. Sounds bogus to me. And then he's taking care of them, or sounds like BS.
Who even does that these days?
Who does that? Nobody even does that anymore. Right. Exactly. Just talk about doing life wrong. We've upgraded. We've progressed.
Yeah.
Bro. Get with the times. Look, closing thoughts on ideologies or any of the numerous little topics we touched on?
Not particularly. I mean, just I feel like I said all I would. I'm satisfied.
Wow. Okay. Fair. yeah, I mean, I'm just going to point people at the markofwisdom.org website and the petersonsphere.com website. I think we've got all the book clubs up there too. And you can look at the Texas Wisdom Community YouTube channel. Link is on the Peterson Sphere website or the Mark of Wisdom website for that book club to see the Republic. We're also doing on Navigating Patterns and a few other channels like Randos United and Gothic Orientation. We're doing the Language Creation Book Club. You should watch on Navigating Patterns, of course. But yeah, and then the Moby Dick Book Club is on Eric Seitz' channel, Father Eric's channel. And he's got a Discord server and everything. He's really fancy with these things. And yeah, I mean, you can see us go through these books. They're sort of fun and interesting. And yeah, it's good stuff. Check it out. It'll help you not get trapped in ideologies. I mean, all those books actually will help. It will give you contrast to recognize ideology. Don't read them on your own. Read them at least with the book club. Better with other people in person, but at least follow along with the book club where you get multiple minds, multiple perspectives, looking at the book. You'll get more out of it. You won't fall into misreading Plato's Republic or thinking somehow that Moby Dick is boring when absolutely none of it is boring. Not a single word, not a single line, not a single paragraph, not a single chapter. You know, and language creation is just hard because it's not even a book, but that's a different topic. We do cover that in there at some point. So join us for that. I don't see myself doing a live stream next week, although I suppose it's theoretically possible. If we get overwhelming comments like, Mark, we need to see you next Friday, I might make an effort to pack all my stuff, assuming I got all the comments before Monday morning. But I don't think I'm going to do a live stream after Thanksgiving here. But then we'll resume after that. And of course, December 4th, 2 p.m. Eastern. Be there or miss out on the best thing ever to come to Navigating Patterns. It's going to be so much fun. It's going to be a good live stream. We're going to get all medieval on your ass. And that's the thing. That's the thing. The intimacy crisis, medieval scholarship coming together in one place. It's going to be epic. So everybody have a good Thanksgiving. Because I would see you before then anyway. And I'm going to be traveling, but I'll be right back because I'm not spending much time up there this time at all. Normally I'd spend a couple of weeks, but nah, that's not happening. Too much opportunity for things to go horribly wrong. Last time I didn't spend much time up there and they already went horribly wrong. So minimize the possibility of stupidity and evil people and demon possession and all those things. And getting colds from people who are immune compromised because they're really just incubators to kill the rest of us. Don't have any sympathy for incubators trying to kill you. Sorry, none, zero, negative sympathy. Get strong or die already, please. Stop infecting the rest of us with your incubated bacteriums and viri and germs. That would be great. And have a great week, everybody. In either case, have a great next 2 weeks. I'll see you soon. Take care, have fun, and don't fall for any ideologies. That is my advice. Use the street.